2022. Of course, we'll be discussing, having some dialogue, getting some insights, and having a few sessions just to overcome some of the boundaries and hiccups the country has experienced in terms of digital rights and especially inclusion, how we can get those systems in place. Before I say too much, I'm Tonata Kadila and we'll be spending the day together, the afternoon as well. And we were waiting for our Deputy Minister of Information and Communication Technology to arrive. We've managed that. So let's quickly rise, if we can, to officially begin the day with our AU and national anthem. That's the African Union and our own national anthem.
Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sky, man, flesh of the sky. Let us make Africa the tree of life.
Thank you. You may be seated. Before we start with our welcoming remarks, just to notify you, we are proudly brought together today by the Digital Foundation of Namibia, and we have Mr. Erki Haipinge, who's the chairperson. He's also here today, as well as Paradigm Initiative. So to get started, our welcoming remarks by a lecturer of digital education, digital technology, mind you, and digital learning specialist, who's also the chairperson of the DFN, that's the Digital Foundation of Namibia, Mr. Erki Haipinge. Quite a mouthful. Please come and welcome us officially.
Thank you very much, Directors of Ceremonies, the Honorable Minister, Matthew Philus, the Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technologies, Mr. Tosin Obolaji, Program Manager, Paradigm Initiative, Directors and member of the Digital Foundation of Namibia present and following virtually, other dignitaries and members of the ICT industry present or following us virtually, members of the media, our African brothers and sisters following us virtually, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Erki Haipinge, as introduced earlier by our Directors of Ceremony, and I'm the chairperson for the Digital Foundation of Namibia. It is my distinct honor to welcome you all to the Digital Rights Inclusion Forum for the year 2022. The theme for this year is Towards a Digitally Inclusive and Rights Respecting Namibia, which couldn't have been any closer to the focus of our foundation, whose mission is to work with all partners and stakeholders in empowering Namibian communities to participate meaningfully in the digital era. And today's program is packed with great topics relating to this theme, digital inclusion and rights, and how those can be respected within the digital environment. And I am sure that all of you will be enjoying the contributions that we will be receiving from our contributors. So with these very few words, I welcome you all to today's proceedings. Welcome again and feel at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haipinge. Before we proceed any further with our program, I'd like you to just come to the front a bit. Don't be scared, just to fill up the front seat whenever possible. Up next, we'll have our special remarks from Mr. Tosin Obolaji. He's the program manager at Paradigm Initiative. He'll be joining us virtually, I believe. Mr. Obolaji, good morning.
Good morning. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. A very good morning to you and welcome.
Thank you so much and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Yes, I was supposed to be with you physically, but due to some obvious reasons, I couldn't make it to Namibia. I was looking forward to seeing everybody in person and having a wonderful time with everyone. Yeah, but thankfully, with the help of technology and the internet, we can still make this happen. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Today reminds me of way back, years back when this forum started, and at some point, I think it's important to make everybody understand that it wasn't called Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum from the onset. It was first initially referred to as Internet Freedom Forum. Yeah, it all started where we always gather a small number of people in a room and discuss the issues around digital rights. And at some point, we got to find out that this is just beyond Nigeria. It's a conversation that has to go beyond Nigeria into other African countries. It's a continental issue. And at some point, we started the forum in a way where the forum was organized in a way where delegates were brought into Nigeria. We bring them into Nigeria. We have this discussion and all that, and we ensure that a lot of discussions happen, and we find possible solutions around the issues in the ecosystem. And that happened for a while. And it got to a point as an organization, we got thinking that we can't just be discussing digital rights alone. It's important for us to bring data inclusion into the picture, because we can't discuss digital rights without discussing data inclusion. Because we are discussing this digital rights because we are connected. But if we are not connected and if we are not online, and as an organization that works in the ecosystem, that works in digital rights and the digital inclusion ecosystem, it's important for us to have discussions around the issues in this ecosystem. And sometimes in 2019 or thereabouts, the name changed from the Internet Freedom Forum to Digital Rights and Data Inclusion Forum, which means that conversations that we are going to have in this forum must be centered around digital rights and data inclusion. Yes, and a whole lot of things changed. Then what we used to do is rotate the location, the venue for the forum in Nigeria between Lagos and Abuja. And we bring in delegates from different countries so that we can all, within 2 days, we can all have this conversation and see how we can discuss possible solutions around the issues in the ecosystem. And thankfully, I think we should say it's an opportunity for us in 2020, when we were planning this forum. We all understand what happened in 2020. A lot of things changed. Yes, COVID happened and a whole lot of things changed. And I can say for us as an organization, to some extent, it's a blessing when referring to this forum. It's a blessing because a lot of things change. The modalities change, the way we do things regarding this forum changed. 2020 was a blessing. We did a lot of planning as usual, where we thought of bringing people into Nigeria, different delegates from different countries. A lot of planning has gone into that. We're very optimistic looking at how the forum is going to happen in 2020, but COVID came and that wasn't possible. But I think that has allowed the forum to evolve. Yes, I think that has allowed the forum to evolve in terms of, I think there are better ways in ensuring that we make sure that this forum happens without even we bringing people into Nigeria. And we come up with the idea of, why can't we just have in-person sessions in different countries and still make this forum happen, because there was limitations in terms of travels and all that. And that brought up the idea. And I'm glad that as a member of Paradigm Initiative that we are currently having this across 17 countries. I think it's important for us to understand that. And like I said earlier, the entire name changed in 2019 after we had that conversation, after we had that forum, and we felt like now it's time for us to now refer the forum to Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. And everything changed at that moment. It was an opportunity for us to deepen the work that we do in Africa. It was an opportunity for us to deepen the conversations. It was an opportunity for us to get other actors in the ecosystem involved. It was an opportunity for us to see how what are the issues across the continent, because we understand that the issues might be similar across board. And we felt like, it's an opportunity for us to bring everybody together and see how we can make this happen. Yeah, and in 2020, a whole lot of things changed due to COVID. And we didn't just sit back and say maybe that will be an end of the forum. We thought of what's the best way for us to innovate, for us to bring up new ideas and how we can possibly push this forum beyond what it used to be in the past. And that is why we are now doing this, what we do now. Way back, it wasn't looking like it. It wasn't looking possible. But right now, I'm so excited, and I'm sure the entire team, Paradigm Initiative as an organization is excited that this is happening around 17 countries. And I think it's important for everybody to know that today marks the first day, the first in-person sessions in across the 17 countries. Namibia seems to be the first country that will be hosting the DRIF22. I mean, the in-person session. We've had the virtual sessions, which happened within 3 days. But now, today, we're having the in-person sessions. We are looking forward to the insightful conversations that will happen today. And you know, it's no doubt that DRIF has forged a whole lot of conversations, a whole lot of network collaboration, where we get to understand what is happening in different countries, where people get to talk about the issues around them in terms of the digital space. And that has really given us a whole lot of, let me use that word, joy, that, you know what, is important for us to discuss this. And for the fact that this is happening in 17 countries, I think that speaks a whole lot to the forum. That means that a whole lot of awareness is out there now. You know, initially, like I said earlier, it's more of a Nigerian forum then, but now that we're having different countries getting involved, it means that the awareness is out there. A lot of countries are beginning to get aware of the reason why they aware of the fact that we need to discuss these issues, and we need to look for possible solutions in making sure that these issues are being addressed. And that's why we are organizing this. We are so glad, we are so happy, we are so excited that we are having partners like Digital Foundation to ensure that this happens in Namibia. We have other partners across the 17 countries that this will happen in the next couple of weeks. And I'm so sure that insightful conversations will definitely happen. There will be, and we are looking forward as an organization to the discussions that will happen today and in the next couple of weeks, so that we can all understand what is happening around us, create that awareness, and let as much as possible stakeholders that are involved to really know what is really happening around them, and see how we can create solutions around this. And I think it's important as well to mention that Paradigm Initiative, a Pan-African organization, we are celebrating 15 years this year. And to be precise, in April, we have been 15 years of impact. We have been doing this for the past 15 years, and the organization is growing stronger in terms of deepening the work around in the digital inclusion and the digital rights space. And yeah, we working with partners like Digital Foundation and all our partners across the continent gives us a lot of joy that a lot of awareness are created out there. We've organized different workshops, different programs, and we've seen the need for us to discuss these issues, and the need for us to look for possible solutions around these issues. So I'm glad that we're having this in Namibia, and definitely there will be other things that we'll definitely discuss as an organization and see how we can work all this out. So thank you so much, everyone. I'm not the only one looking forward to the insightful conversations that's going to happen today as an organization. And on behalf of Paradigm Initiative, I'm saying a big thank you for every of our partners, not just Digital Foundation, but every of our partners that is making this happen. And this means a whole lot, not just for Paradigm Initiative, even as a continent. It's important for us to understand what is happening, what are the states of the digital rights and data inclusion in Africa, and see how we can all work together, how we can all collaborate, and see how we can make the best of this moment in terms of creating solutions, in terms of identifying way forward, action points on how we can ensure that our digital space gets better. So thank you so much once again. I welcome everyone to the first in-person session of the 9th edition of Paradigm Initiative Hybrid event of Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. Thank you so much, and I welcome everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Mr. Tosin Obolaji. He's the program manager at Paradigm Initiative. You've heard a bit of history about their initiative. Before we continue, just a reminder, we cannot have an event such as this one without being present on social media, right? Getting that dialogue started on there. So we are on there. You can find us on Twitter, hashtag DRIF2022. We are on Facebook. We are everywhere. So you can follow us and also perhaps chime in, tell those you know or in your organizations to be part of the conversation. All right, it's time for our keynote address, and it will be delivered by Honorable Emma Theophilus, who is our Deputy Minister of Information, Communication and Technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tonata, for welcoming me to the podium. A very good morning to everybody. Mr. Eki Haipinge, the chairperson of the Digital Foundation of Namibia, and all directors of the foundation, members of the foundation, Mr. Oluwatosin Oboaji from Paradigm Initiative, who just spoke to us virtually, members of the ICT industry, colleagues and friends in all things digital, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor to deliver the official keynote address at the first in-person country session of hosting the 9th Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum for the year 2022. And I think Mr. Oluwatosin gave a very detailed background as to what brought us here, where each country is doing its own in-person country session as opposed to one that holistically covers the entire African continent. As we are all aware, COVID-19 has kept us apart for the past 2 or so years. However, ICT has shown its capabilities and kept us connected virtually over the past years. It is evident that we are at a crossroads in a society where technology has become a major aspect of our lives. And it is at this crossroad where we decide to either embrace it or lose the opportunities that comes with it. And although digital coverage does not effectively include all citizens at the current moment, and the digital skills are not necessarily at the levels desired to uplift individuals and society's developments, nonetheless, Namibia stands on the cusp of attaining her developmental aspirations, provided that vast opportunities ushered by the digitization are fully exploited and embraced. And standing here today brings us that hope to forge forward and meet those aspirations together as a nation. Every one of us has a part to play as government, as private sector, and of course, as civil society organizations. All of us bring something to the table, and I think every one of us need to recommit today to a more digitally inclusive rights in our society. Ladies and gentlemen, as you might be aware, technological innovates, grows, and advances at a very high speed. And we as a ministry are developing and reviewing laws and policies and legislation to accommodate emerging issues in the ICT sector. This meeting will be updated by my colleagues who are joined with me today, who will be giving presentations on how far we have come in these endeavors. Remember that worldwide, legal frameworks are continuously being reviewed to be on par with an ever-changing technological climate. The ministry wishes to applaud all stakeholders, especially the operators offering ICT services, and kept us connected during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, and for continuously updating their sites from 2G to 3G, and even from 3G to 4G towers to enable users of ICT services to get the access and quality they deserve as set out in our National Broadband Policy and Implementation Action Plan. I'm happy to announce that a report by the Communications Regulatory Authority of Namibia, CRAN, in its June Q2 2021 quarterly statistics indicate that to date, 89% of Namibians are covered by 3G technology, which is almost a 10% increment and improvement from 78% in 2019. and as well 79% in 2021 by 4G compared to 40% in 2019. And of course, 90% by broadband by the year 2021. This, of course, I think we can accredit to the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a silver lining, that up to 79% of the population is covered by 4G compared to 40% in 2019. And that is at the second phase of its implementation that these statistics are a reality because of the MTC's 081 Everyone project that has been quite successful in setting up infrastructure across the vast land of our country to ensure that every person has at least 2G connectivity up to 4G connectivity in some areas. Ladies and gentlemen, my presence here this morning is owed to the fact that the Digital Foundation of Namibia has set out itself work to ensure that a digitally competent Namibian citizenry is realized. And amongst its work is a prioritized digital literacy. As you know, digital literacy is of utmost priority for us as a ministry and as a country at large, as ICT literacy is relatively low in the country. The low levels of ICT literacy in the country has led to low uptake of e-commerce and internet utilization and general lack of understanding of the relevance of ICT, which results in low resource provision of available ICT capacity and the shortage or expertise in the ICT and information service sector. As a ministry, we have identified that 1, creating partnerships with relevant stakeholders on capacity building and awareness creation is important in building national ICT literacy skills, and hence we are elated to be here today and welcome a new stakeholder in the name of the Digital Foundation of Namibia to work alongside us. Second, we have also identified that there is a need to promote awareness and advocacy for ICT literacy and utilization, paying particular attention to rural areas, people living with disabilities, women and children, and the aged. We expect our partnership going forward with the Digital Foundation of Namibia, formed through our presence this morning and today, to work alongside this particular area. And lastly, the development and nurturing of sustainable human capital development in ICT skills nationally is key. And this is an important opportunity for the Digital Foundation of Namibia to work alongside us. But more importantly, as a ministry, our current initiatives through our regional offices and our internet cafes ensure that people in rural areas who might not get the opportunity to afford a gadget or internet provision at a cost can go to our internet cafes at our 14 regional offices across the country and use the internet for free. They can also print, they can also get very important information from the various stakeholders in government on the information that they might need to improve their lives. But more importantly, secondly to that, we have what we call as the multi-purpose community centers or rural ICT centers. The centers are situated in 2 constituencies across the country of every constituency. So we have 26 in total for each region, because we have 2 in each most remote constituencies per region. And it is at this multi-purpose community centers or rural ICT centers that you have a computer, you have a laptop, you have a printer, you have a sound system and internet services to ensure that even the most rural of our communities have access to these amenities. But more importantly, we also offer basic computer training to these communities to ensure that we do not continuously assist them and hold their hands as they use the internet or learn how to use the internet or basic computer skills. We want to teach them and for them to learn how to use these services by themselves. And that has been quite successful, having completed our latest basic computer literacy training in the Kavango East region. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, one of our ministerial strategic plan of our 2017 to 2022 plan strategic goals seeks to accelerate ICT development, access and use for an inclusive ICT smart Namibia, as well as to seek enhanced unhindered access to information for an informed nation. In pursuit of these, we have committed to uphold a number of core values, of which innovation and accessibility bring us here today. To conclude my remarks, ladies and gentlemen, the ministry's critical success factor depends on, amongst others, good stakeholder relations. It's important for us to develop and maintain strong relationships with our stakeholders in order to consistently work together with the intention of realizing our aspirations. And we believe that platforms such as this, initiated by independent members of the ICT sector, are crucial to helping us to fulfill our national goals. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, Director of Proceedings, I wish you a successful event and fruitful outcomes from this and similar initiatives in the digital space. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Emma Theophilus, our Deputy Minister of Information, Communication and Technology. On to the next leg of our forum this morning. It should be exciting. I had a chance to skim through last year's report, which was also compiled and researched and authored by Mrs. Nashilongo Gervasius. She's the researcher of this year's report. That's the Digital Rights and Inclusion Namibia report. And she's also the digital founder of Namibia, actually the Digital Foundation of Namibia's director, pardon me. So Mrs. Gervasius, if you could join us and share this year's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Tonetta, and good morning, our guests today, Honorable Deputy Minister, Chairperson, and our speakers here today. I would want to share my presentation because I have just a summary of a big report, and I would just want to quickly skim through. Technical team, are you able to assist me with this? Let's see. Ish, this technology, say. All right. So let's start. Maybe just a little bit of background. Yes, my name is Nashilongo Gervasius. I wear so many hats these days, but most importantly for this, I am the country author of the Digital Rights and Inclusion report for Namibia. And I have been authoring this report for sometimes official and sometimes non-official. But this is a 2021 report actually. So this is a review of last year's events. Yeah, so let's go with it. So just a quick overview, and I hope I can finish this up without eating up so much time. I think it's very clear that for the country, Namibia has become ICT has become a prominent backbone in the economic and social activities in the country, especially since COVID. But long before that, the sector has been positioned as a key enabler in key national strategies, development strategies. There's a feeling that is yet to translate into a clear position, placing the country front of in key technology indices, for instance. There's also a clear indications on implementing, key laws and policies related to digitalization seems to be lacking urgency. In isolated cases, laws and policies that have been passed adequate budgetary allocations for implementations. I think we have an example there. Several policies related to technologies are in places, and sometimes they are a bit behind. But I think a key here is the laws that has not been passed, the cybercrime and data protection and access to information. I should just also say here that these have been in draft format, and they are in different stages of lawmaking processes. There is no legislation on open data policy or an elaborate position on emerging technologies in the country. Further, ICT's positions in mitigating gender-based violence, for instance, or to empower women is not clear. So again, a quick outline of my introductions, and this is based on the sub-themes of the report for this year. And I hope it goes this way. So we have an introduction, we'll look at compliance with regional and international frameworks. We'll have a look at the impact of COVID on digital rights and inclusion, freedom of expression online, privacy, access to information, internet disruption, hate speech, digital exclusion, infrastructure, and artificial intelligence and gender and ICTs. So what you'll see is that I will provide a quick overview, and then all your speakers throughout the day will provide a more deeper in-depth to all these topics. And I think you will help me to just assess whether what I found in my founding is what the presenters here will be coming up today. Again, and just some key statistics on ICT data in the country. This is not all, but I think these are some of the key ones. I think we all know that we are oversubscribed on mobile, that is available everywhere. A fixed broadband subscription stands at that point, and we have 51%, I want to believe it's like 50.6 of internet users, and social media drives that, and those are our telcos. In terms of the indexes and where Namibia ranks, so again, these are just some of them, or key ones related to digital rights and inclusion. We have there Namibia coming in 102nd on the Inclusive Internet Index, and being ranked 36 by the Network Readiness Index, 155th in the Global Cybersecurity Index, 135 in the National Cybersecurity Index, those two are related, and 100th in the Digital Quality of Life Index. You'll find extra explanations here, and I hope when the presentation is available, you'll be able to get it, but most importantly, when the report is released, you'll get to engage with it earlier. So all in all, digitalization is visible, but the challenges remains in the absence of laws, lack of priority in digital security, seemingly ineffective e-services system to enhance public access and service delivery. Also, the absence of readily available data on broadband penetration and the national cohesive digital vision for the country has led, or has seemingly led, to scattered efforts in supporting the digital inclusion at national level. So in terms of complying with the regional and international frameworks, and our colleagues from the ministry are here and they were able to correct this, so fact check it, is that Namibia is one of the 10 countries that have ratified the Malabo Convention, which is the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data. Key here is that this ratification of the convention has not led to countries complying with the convention requirements, and part of that is that the country needs to ensure cybersecurity and data protection laws are in place. So cybersecurity strategy, there have been effort in the country, I think last year, as to how it will benefit the citizenry, that remains to be seen. Cybercrime bill has been in draft format for that long, and the data protection bill as well. Nonetheless, I think facts or facts remains that Namibia, or reports have indicated that Namibia is one of the country that is mostly targeted for cybercrime. Also, just moving forward there, that the country has ratified the Convention on the Rights of Children and has acceded Article 2 and 3 of the UN Optional Protocol on the Convention of the Rights of the Children and the Sale of Children, Child Prostitution and Child Pornography. Also ratified is the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, also called the Maputo Protocol. But also the country is party to various other international human rights instruments, such as the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, the CEDAW, as well as the rights of persons and disabilities, just amongst others. So how have COVID-19 regulations impacted digital rights and inclusion? In light of COVID-19, Namibia, just like as other countries, have put several regulations in place and have been enforced. I think key ones for us have been the e-learning regulations, as well as those on misinformation. Those are what we found really related to digital rights. In this case, we found that regarding the e-learning regulations, it was obviously seen to be the most viable option to provide education under the circumstances. I think that goes for everyone else. However, an assessment of the effectiveness of this has revealed that it might not have yielded the results that we would have wanted. For instance, it was announced that 30,000 learners could not be traced into the within the remote learning environment in 2020, and that over 3,000 learners were lost to pregnancy during that period. Of course, this talks to challenges in remote learning and the ineffectiveness of social distancing to a certain extent, but also that the regulations on e-learning has met other issues, such as the high data cost in the country, but also inaccessibility of ICT handset necessary to effect education. Other concerted efforts, such as financial and technical equipment invested, especially by government, were reported in the education sector. Unfortunately, also without supporting regulations such as zero rating educational sites, amongst others, as advocated, uptake had remained insignificant. So here, to widen the access of the internet and opportunities, government could have considered other incentives, such as data reduction fees, and this we have seen in other parts of the countries, other parts of the region, Africa region, that is. So in regards to the pandemic regulations related to misinformation, well, not misinformation, contact tracing in particular, these have gathered some concern. There was a report by the Internet Society that showed that people didn't trust the system of leaving their materials at the shops, or their personal information at the shops. And they engaged in desperate means to protect their personal data because it was not clear, or the stipulations were not clear, how long that data was going to be held or be kept, and under what circumstances. So another point here is the general lack of awareness in digital rights. Users' data continue to be retained without the appropriate privacy and data protection. While these regulations have ceded, we have seen that some establishments kept or continued to still collect data. Others also included, obviously, that there were surveillance and mobile applications developed and launched by individuals and institutions. So it's not clear the data that was collected through those applications, how it is used, how long it will be retained by developers, and for what purpose. So moving on to freedom of expression and online in 2020. Offline, I think everybody knows that Namibia is one of the countries that is ranked the most freest on the Africa region. Was 23 position in 2021, yes. It has dropped a position by then, but it was still Africa's #1 country. Freedom House, another entity that monitors freedoms of expression, for instance, has also ranked Namibia as a free country with indicators related to freedom of speech and expression ranking at 90s to 100. However, Freedom House report has pointed out that self-censorship has become common in state media. Private media remains critical of government, and the absence of information law obstruct investigative journalism. The report also highlighted some impediments that the journalism sector have encountered during the COVID-19 crisis. The regulations related to misinformation on COVID remain in place despite concerns that they limit freedom of expression. Again, these regulations are not just implemented in Namibia, they are everywhere else. And the trends that we're picking up from the Africa region is that governments aren't withdrawing them. In regards to myths and misinformation, research by IPPR indicated that these have become very rampant, or misinformation on social media, particularly on WhatsApp groups, have become very rampant since COVID-19. And that even the state of emergency regulations that I've just mentioned has not deterred those who spread misinformation from doing that. Further, social media in Namibia become a very contested space. Many use this platform, of course, to depict injustice in their communities, to raise public engagements, but also seeking accountability from public office bearers. Yeah, so moving on to privacy, digital IDs, and surveillance. Just highlight here again that in 2021, Namibia launched digital IDs. There's a gradual rollout to this, but it is worth monitoring the exclusionary measures that these digital IDs have become accustomed to within Africa, particularly amongst the elderly and women, such has been found in Kenya, amongst others. Additionally, one of the mobile operators has announced a biometric verification and AI system for their Know Your Customer service solution. This has some of the advocates and activists worried to a certain extent, particularly because without the data protection law and regulations in place, this leaves room to abuse of personal data retention and reuse without authorized consent by data subjects. Further, already in 2016, the Namibian police was one of the police forces to introduce an automated biometric identification system, and there have not been complaints to such an effect. But what we know is that generally biometric IDs are known for collecting unwarrantedly large information from the public, and regular public audits of such system would be necessary to ensure citizens' trust. Access to information, again here, we know that the law has been in the making for a period of time, and it is yet to be passed. In 2021, MICT, with the leadership of the Deputy Minister and her team, embarked on a countrywide public consultative processes with support from stakeholders, such as ISOC and UNESCO. And amongst others, the bill seeks to have, I think, an independent information commissioner, and also look at the broad scopes of the coverage of its mandate. Generally, the current draft law has been rated as strong in its current format, but a reform could make it an African leader. That is what the Center of Law and Democracy has said about the current draft on access to information. I think I've mentioned the Independent Information Commissioner and the Deputy. These are also provisions of the African Model Law on Access to Information for Africa. So that just tells us that our draft law is in good shape. In regards to internet and disruption, I think all of us agree here that this is not a common issue in Namibia. Unlike some of our neighbors where we see internet being shut down purposely. There were some technical disruption. I think, as I've written there, that it was just reported to have caused by undersea cables damage. In regards to hate speech, misinformation and criminal defamation laws, this continues to be unabated in Namibia, particularly related to race and sexual minorities. A year ago in this room, stakeholders sat down and requested an intervention by the Ombudsman in regards to making hate speech an offensive crime. But I think what the Ombudsman the then Ombudsman indicated was that it is not defined as an offense in Namibia. And so Namibia's defamation law as it is right now is based on actio injuriarum, which is part of the Roman law. And that really just deals with defamation, not necessarily hate speech. In that light, a number of prominent cases came to life in 2021, and these are just some of them. And I hope you are able to, you can engage with them later. A businessman and chairperson of the Namibia Premier League. Obviously, you know about the case of Betty Davids, who won a case about a politician spokesperson, the case of the First Lady who filed defamation against another politician, Abed Hishono. And again, there was a case in July 2021 where an ex-MP sued a constituent member over Facebook slander. I should note that most of these cases are coming through from the online engagements. Then there is obviously digital inclusion and impact on human rights. I think most notably here is that Namibia has made remarkable progress with ever narrowing gender digital divide. So we have a very narrow gender digital divide. I think we are actually in the minus or in the plus by 7%. And we are the only country in Africa with a positive in the gender digital divide. But largely the digital divide exists in rural areas. Of course, unemployment, that you already know, a slow broadband adoption and the cost of ICT gadgets are some of the biggest factors contributing to digital exclusion. Further report, an assessment by the Alliance for Affordable Internet of 2020 reported that Namibia, a gig of data in Namibia cost about $6 US, an equivalent of 1.9 or 2% per capita of average household income. So as I had to round up, in regards to digital infrastructure and prioritization of ICT, the value of ICT sector is undetermined in Namibia. Experts point that the sector contribution to the national economy is significantly low as compared to sectors such as tourism, mining, and agriculture, amongst others. Infrastructure sharing, I think remains Namibia's biggest challenge to date. We've seen that nasty fights between operator last year, and of course that story dominated the technology news in 2021. Nonetheless, the industry in fighting against, that's just an expansion of the earlier point, and I would rather skip that and go to the next point. President Hage Geingoob's appointment of the 4IR task force which he mandated to assess the country's prospect of the 4IR in the country has been seen as the only political statement the country has ever made towards positioning technology as the next frontier of development to date. Moving on to artificial intelligence and national strategy, and this is our last or second last indicator to look at, is that AI has started to gain momentum amongst individuals and the academia in particular. However, the country has not yet adopted the national position on national strategy on AI and has not produced any policy position regarding to 5G. Just here to say that this is possibly a common, not practice, but this is common amongst African countries, if not the world, that not everyone has developed the strategies on AI or on 5G. However, in 2020, CRAN engaged an expert through some of their stakeholder consultation processes. The CEO of CRAN will be here this afternoon or this morning, and she will be able to engage further on this. Further, the regulator, the same regulator, CRAN, and the Ministry of Environment had carried out, we know that they have carried out an assessment on the impact of 5G. This result of the study have not yet been released to the public. So in light of this policy gap, allegations of corruption regarding deployment of 5G network between the city of Windhoek and Huawei were also reported in the media, and I'm sure you are aware of those. And to our last and hopefully not least topic on gender and ICT, and the president of the Internet Society, Ms. Anna Amomo, will be expanding or will be doing a presentation later in the day on this topic. But currently, this is some of the things that we find, or I found out, that the country does not have a policy position on the prospect of ICT and the positive prospect and its positive prospect towards gender. In 2020, a women's rights online report was launched and produced by the Internet Society, the Namibia chapter, and it had some very interesting findings, as indicated there. Amongst others, the report indicates that there's no clear set targets for using ICTs to empower women, and overall, there's no ICT disaggregated data being collected regularly to inform policy or gender interventions at all levels. So given these shortcomings, gender-based violence online continues to manifest through various forms, and that has become a very common occurrence in Namibia. Further, an in-depth report by the Internet Society, I believe this was launched last year, even though a full report is yet to be availed to the public due to technical issues, has shown that there is a worrying trend of violence targeting female journalists, female politicians, as well as any other women in prominent positions. In response, suggestions have been brought forth seeking, for instance, upcoming digital-related laws, in particular the data protection law, to be used as a safety net to protect women. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Nashilongo and I end here, and thank you so much for your patience and going through with me through this report for 2021. Thank you. Sonata? Sure, thank you.
Seems that we have a question or two from our audience.
Sure.
Thank you very much. My name's Elizabeth Wiyarura Kamutwedu. I work for Ministry of ICT, and I'm also a researcher in digital inclusion. My PhD title is around that, so I have keen interest in the proceedings of today. You might see me asking questions that are not of the view of my institution, but in my personal capacity as a Namibian and as a researcher. Thank you very much, Madam Nachilongo, for the very informative presentation on the outcome of your survey. But I have few questions. I was told one or two, but I'm not limiting my questions because this is opportunity to clarify some issues. I have seen we keeping on reporting on this mobile penetration of oversubscribed of 100. I think we need to also to give it a footnote or endnote. I don't know in how do you say it, because the reality is the number of SIM cards. And as you know, I'm already here with 2 gadgets. I might have owned 20 SIM cards in my life. So that is the figures that we are seeing. So somehow we need also to bring things into context and perspective. But we have been reporting like that. There's nothing wrong. Even the world is reporting like that. In the world, I think we are at 140. So, secondly, I would love to find out on your survey. First is your sampling population, who was involved, your methodology and techniques. Was it a desktop review, or also you managed to have some empirical data? And your time horizon. When was this done? Because we also want to verify notes with what you have concluded or what you have found out.
Sure.
The other thing is, you have mentioned very good point, access to information bill, meaning a law that is in a draft format, is very strong. I am coming from a policy perspective. I want to know, what quantify that? What are the ingredients that you have concluded is very strong? And here is not yet passed in Parliament. What are we waiting for? If a society or an organization like yours come up with a very, very, very good statement like that, I think even the head of state, we can make a call to him and we just convene a special Parliament session on that. Secondly, just before I conclude, the issue of artificial intelligence versus 5G. I heard there are some outstanding report and blah, blah, blah. 5G is not new. It's there in other countries, neighboring countries, they have 5G. But in Namibia, we are saying we want a report of impact, environmental impact assessment. Why can't we learn from others? What? Because they have already implemented. What was the implications? And how long it would take us to conclude this matter? And the other question on the other perspective, do we need 5G? That's a question. What 5G can do, what 4G cannot do? And what is the cost implications? Is it a commercial prospect or is it a usage prospect? If it's a commercial, then who is going to suffer? The end users. All those costs will come to. How much does it cost to erect a tower of 5G and a 4G tower? And what is the cost difference? And what is the utility difference, if I may put that in that way? And the issue of gender mainstreaming, I attended one of your workshops. We have problem with, we are in a different sector. We are not in education, we are not in health, we are not in roads, we are not, this is ICT. Basically, ICT have no physical contact, and the technology is neutral. So when we say gender equality and whatever, maybe we are talking about gender mainstreaming of women and girls in the portfolios in the ICT sector. But the technology itself is neutral, is non-discriminatory. It does not ask you, a mouse is not designed for a female or a male, a computer is not designed for a male or female, a click, a browser, a website does not know you, even your gender. The technology does not know your gender. So we need to unpack that motion of gender inclusivity. I have read a lot of ITU report, and is looking at empowerment, let's say maybe empowerment, how many more girls and women we have in the sector? So we should not confuse ourselves with gender mainstreaming, gender inclusivity. Our sector is different from the other sectors that we are benchmarking this buzzword of gender mainstreaming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, I have one here. Thank you, Ms. Kamutwele. I wanted to just flip back to a number of slides that I have, that you have asked about, just for context-wise. And I really appreciate your engagement. I think that's the purpose of this forum, that we start engaging on issues that us within the sector sees and picks up. And obviously there's no right or wrong answers, because how stakeholders in the internet governance space sees issues is different, is dependent on where they are. So government will obviously look at things from a government perspective, because they have a mandate to govern the country. And users have a different perspective. The academic community has, the civil society has. So with that, I hope I can answer to some of the questions. And if I am not able to, I'll be relying on all of us to engage on the topic, hopefully without wasting too much of the time. So you've highlighted the issue of mobile subscription. You have also engaged on the challenges with reporting that in context. It's just a little bit difficult. And I think we go by the data that are provided by the regulator. And of course, the regulator relies on data by the operators. So yes, some reports or some indexes have revealed Namibia has a higher mobile subscription to what I have presented to you today. I wanted to look at the source of my report, but this is ITU. We always go with the highest. So the regulator and then ITU is my sources. You have also asked a question related to the report and how I come up with it, and the period and the subject, and yeah. So in terms of the report, the research was conducted between actually January and February this year. And I do desktop review on existing data. So when you actually see the report itself, I hope I can show you at least the 2020 report. It is, for every fact that I have put in there, it is substantiated. It has a source where it's coming from. I don't know if that answers. Was that your only questions in terms of the report? Yeah, time and then the subject, or yeah, my data collecting methods, yeah. And then in regards to ATI and your challenge of why, if it's so strong, then why is it not out there? Yeah, so as I've mentioned, what makes the access to information law strong, in particular, it has provisions to consult with an expert group. And that expert group is very diverse. I think it makes up of civil society, like all the stakeholders, again, like I've observed here, and Tonata has, within the media and information space. And that's what makes it strong. Again, like I've mentioned before, the current bill in its format mirrors the African Union model law. So the African Union, of course, of which Namibia is party to, or is a member state, has developed a model law, an African model law on access to information for every other country on the African region who would want to implement such a law, to use that as the basis of, just to make sure that the things that are set there are mirroring into your law. And that is, and that was done. And I think that's what makes it strong. Again, the Center of Law and Democracy that I've quoted, this is an international organization. And of course, it's based in the US, and you know, US and democracy and stuff. And so they do these ratings to all the access to information laws within the world, and that's their opinion about the current state of the Namibian law. So the question of why are we not passing it, it's really not, I would rather not to answer that question. The last time I was engaged by the Parliamentary Committee on ICT and Innovation, just to also add my views on the current law, and I've just presented as it is. There's current issues that, members of the communities are not very certain about, but the Deputy Minister, who have been heavily involved in the nationwide consultation, is here, and she will be able possibly to dig on and tell us what are the key issues that she was picking up from her public consultation. I hope that answers the question on ATI. All right. Okay. And then, of course, you've mentioned something on gender and ICT, and that technology is neutral. I think technology is neutral, yes. And again, technology is 30% the technical equipment. It's 30% the networks that we go through, and 70% about people. And the research, or the findings that I've just shared here, that the impact on women and girls, the negative impacts on women and girls, have become too big of a concern to be ignoring, even at policy level. And this is not just my making. I think UNESCO have reported, UNESCO have a research to that an extent, that women and girls are constantly becoming victims of within the technology space. The UN Secretary General has also produced a report to such an extent. So yes, technology is neutral, but the victims, those revenge porn, or out of this meeting, me being cyberbullied onto the internet, it would be more me than I'll use my director here, the chairperson, as an example. We will know who will be mostly targeted by cyberbullies if they want to, right? Again, it's a making of society and the people that uses technology. Ms. Kamutredu, I hope I have done justice to answer to your questions, and I hope I'm not eating up again so much time. And I really, really enjoyed your engagement as usual. Yeah.
Right, thank you. Quite an engagement, and we'll have more time to go a bit more in depth on technology and software and hardware, and how females and the gender roles are implicated in the patriarchal society we live in and, are in online and offline. That's with all our stakeholders, CSOs, academia, the press is also here, mass media, government, as well as regional bodies. We'll get a bit more in depth later. We are supposed to head on over for a tea break and take some photos, but I'd like to remind you, if you haven't had a chance to register, please just go jot down your name. The desk, the table is right there in the corner. You just jot down your details, and then we know that you were here. I'd also like to give an opportunity to Honorable Emma Theophilus, if you'd like to expand on what was suggested by Nashilongo with regards to ATI, or rather not. Okay, it will proceed with it a little later on. Yes. Okay, then we'll discuss it a bit later on. Let's quickly take a break, a tea break, and have a photo session, if you can kindly join us. And if you haven't had a chance to register, please do so. Before you get up, remember we are on social media. Please also remind your organizations or wherever you're from, be it mass media or the press, hashtag DRIF22 on Twitter and Facebook and all other social media. Paradigm Initiative, also hashtag one word, small caps, and then hashtag for a rights respecting Africa. That's also one of the hashtags on social media. All right, let's take a break. Let's do the work first. Take the photo by the stairs just out here. You can follow us, and then we can take our break. we've got a hamper for Nashi. Okay, but I think we can just proceed. Maybe we can. Could we take a picture of the exchange? Could we have a photo of the exchange briefly before we go for the official? Okay, just come here. Come to the front.
Digital, it's a folder digital foundation.
Okay, so we are looking for a folder.
Yeah, that folder.
Digital foundation. Okay. Okay. I don't know if you can read it. P Mbango 311. Yeah.
Okay.
They are trying to load it. Oh, there it is.
Is it going to open? It's making like that. Yeah, it's still open.
Oh.
Folder digital something. Yeah. Like this. Is it everyone starting from okay? How can you put it on a desktop when you open folder? Yes, so that I can take my desktop. So can you put it on the desktop? No, I don't forget this desktop. No. Yeah, that one. Once on another click. That is possible. Because the new one is there. Okay. Oh, okay. The link is in the group.
They are watching in the.
The group inside in the group, that's where the link is for YouTube. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Are you on the group? Huh?
Yeah, I'm on the group.
Yeah. Yeah, connected.
presentation.
It's not this one.
Yeah? Which this one?
Okay, so this is the other one.
This is
Okay,
from
no,
your
no.
email.
Okay,
I just sent it to you.
okay.
Then, but now I don't know where it is. Oh, there it is. So
Okay,
she's
so
not
where did you
next.
put it? This one.
Yeah, she's not next. There's still
Are you sure?
Erki coming.
No, no, that's not the one. Because I also put all the other stuff. Yes, this
Oh,
one
this
is
is
there.
very nice.
Yes.
So we-
Maybe you
we're
put
supposed to-
it down. So
let's do a different between the two. That's the writing. They're both from the same. Nepal.
There was
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I presume that everyone is back in their seats, and those not might have to catch up with us because the program has to continue. Before we go ahead with our DRIF 2022 forum and our dialogue and discussions, we're going to go around the room, and since we're such an intimate group in any case, just to introduce each other and say which organization we're from or which stakeholder we're with, and then we'll resume with the program. I'll start with myself. My name is Tonata Kadila, and I'm your Director of Ceremonies today. And the floating mic, Madam, it's right there with you. If you could grab it, yes.
Oh, thank you. I have already introduced myself, but for the benefits of those who just joined after the break, my names are Elizabeth Uyarula Kamutredu. I work for Ministry of ICT as a Deputy Director responsible for ICT policies, laws, and regulations. I'm also a researcher.
All right, thank you. My name is Ndapanda Nekongo, and I'm an Internet Society member. I'm also a media trainer with Media and Information Literacy, which is called MILI.
Okay, thank you. If you could just stand up, maybe there's someone sitting at an angle where they can't see you, so they can see your face as well as your name.
First one was me.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, I said my name is Ndapanda Nekongo. I'm a ISOC member. I'm also a media trainer with MILI.
Thank you, everyone. You've met me already, but if you just joined, my name is Nashilongo Gervashes, and I'm a researcher.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Linda Ipinge. I'm from Otapi, working for the Ministry of ICT as a Director of ICT Development. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Erki Haipinge. I'm the chairperson for the Digital Foundation of Namibia, also from Otapi, actually.
Oh, we're all from Otapi.
Morning, I'm not from Utapi though. My name is Nero Danki and I'm from Canopus Inc. We do community networks. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Momo. I'm the president of the Internet Society Namibia chapter.
Morning, colleague. My name is Moses Aufiko, MICT.
Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name's Herman Kangotfi. I work for the Ministry of ICT as a Chief Information Officer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bertha Shifeta. I'm an IT Networks and Broadcast Engineering trainee, and I'm a member of ISAC, but I'm here in personal capacity. Yeah.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Paulus Shetekela, the ICT Service Director at IUM.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mandume. I work for the Electoral Commission, but I'm in my private capacity here.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Aurelius David. I am an ICT entrepreneur and ISOC member, same time, from Otapi as well.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gary Chiamba. I'm the interim board chairperson for ISOC Namibia, and I work in the education technology space. Hobabis.
Hey, one not from Otapi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Name Williams, and I'm here under the capacity of the Internet Society.
Okay.
Dumela. My name is Franz Golike. I'm an activist, but really I'm here as a technology advocate. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Ephraim Vilo, and I'm from Startup Namibia, but I'm also representing the Digital Transformation Center for Namibia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yvonne Lipenda, and I'm a human rights and women's rights activist. I'm also a researcher, and I have academic interest in ICT and anything digital. I'm here on personal capacity.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shakira from NBC National Radio, but I'm here on personal capacity. I'm from Kobabas as well.
Hey.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tangi Shivude. I'm a final year media student at the University of Namibia, and I'm also an independent writer for the Namibia Media Trust Youth paper.
Hi, I'm Peke Haindongo, here with the Digital Foundation. I'm also from Utapi.
Did you say you're also from Utapi?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Jacobina Muyale, a member of Namibia Digital Foundation, a passionate trainer of information literacy at the University of Namibia, a program tailored for first-year incoming students. When they come in, they go through our training. And of course, now we are shifting from information literacy to digital literacy and the use of mobile technology to contextualize what is that content passed through in terms of education. I'm pleased to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I sort of learned something from her, just briefly. So if you wouldn't mind, just switch off the mic and then we can proceed. I saw Josephat here earlier, but I don't think he's, okay, it's fine. He'll maybe introduce himself later. Let's continue so we can keep time for our first session today. It's all about digital exclusion and inclusion in Namibia and its impact on human rights. This will be courtesy of the Digital Foundation of Namibia. We'll have the chairperson, Mr. Erki Haipinge, speak on this in this session and share some details. Mr. Haipinge, if you would so kindly join us in a moment, right? Okay. While we're waiting for him, are there any particular questions one would like to raise as we've come thus far in the program? I've heard most of you are here in your personal capacity. What are you hoping to get from this forum today? You'd like to network, right? Can you pass him the mic, please?
Yeah, like I said, I'm from the Digital Transformation Center, and the aim is to find potential partners that we could work together with to achieve the same goal. And I'm sure we are all here for the same goal.
All right. While you're doing that and trying to find your partners simultaneously, you can go online, hashtag DRIF22 on Twitter to the youngins, and Paradigm Initiative, also a hashtag, one word, small caps. And the last one, hashtag for a rights respecting Africa. I think we can all do that to make some noise online, to create some presence, start a dialogue, not just in the room, but outside the room, right?
Yes. Would you want to put the hashtags on the screen, maybe?
I think we can work that out. Right, Tech? We can get those hashtags on the screen a bit later. I'll talk to him in a moment. There are also some who are here in their private capacity. What are you hoping to gain from this forum? Franz?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think for me, maybe really, what I kind of miss, perhaps if I miss it, is really just that background, maybe from the organizer really, what are we doing here? Why are we here? What are we striving for? So I think that background I have not yet, I don't think I have sufficient understanding of why we are here, or it's not really well articulated to me in my view. And maybe also one input I wanted to give. When I listened to the report as it was given, by the previous session. And for me, I speak. I don't really. I'm not. I don't see. They are admin issue, like they are administrative issue or hiccup, and there are also policy issues that, as a country, maybe we lack. As a continent, we lack because of the African Union framework in terms of digital transformation. But I don't. The report, in my view, it doesn't really speak to those issues. It's kind of just blanket. So hence I'm asking proper clarity why we are here. What are we really doing? Is it crafting the policy or is it just talk ICT in general? I think for me that clarity is important to understand and be able to contribute pertaining to the direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Directors of Ceremonies. Just give me a moment to ready my slides. All right. I think you would agree with me that the scene has been set in terms of the agenda for today. I am wondering whether we have, whether participants have access to the whole agenda, like the topics that are being addressed. Do we? No. I think that would really help also address the question and the curiosity about what are we here for. Could my technical team perhaps just assist me to put it up? I think I would rather we have a look at that before we go into the actual program. I could also perhaps go back to my. So we're just working on uploading the program.
No. I just sent you the program, so you can just, maybe you can start with that one, right?
Okay, so I hope you can see the program on the screen. Basically, if we can, let's take it from the theme. The Paradigm Initiative has got this forum that runs annually, and basically the theme for this year is digital rights and inclusion. So our focus here in terms of the theme is basically what the role of all role players who play in the space of the digital transformation or anything digital, as somebody put it previously. What are our responsibilities? What are the responsibilities of all stakeholders within this space in terms of ensuring that human rights that we know of well offline, how do we ensure that those are also respected and addressed when we are in the digital space? So it's really about not only how to ensure that human rights are addressed in the digital spaces, but also how do we ensure that access to digitalization as a process, but also as services is inclusive. Because as nations move in the digital direction in terms of transformation, you would expect that a lot of services, including basic services, which can be public services, civil services, education, we have spoken e-learning, I'll make reference to e-health in the near future. All these services, when we are moving into the digital transformation direction, people have the right to access to these services. First of all, people have the right to these services, period, whether you have technology or not. Now, the question is, when we then move into the technology space, how do we ensure that this access and these rights of people continue to be granted? So we have a lot of topics that are speaking to this theme. My first engagement with you would be on the issue of inclusion and exclusion when it comes to digital or the digital transformation. In other words, I'm going to interrogate the question of what are the risks that are there when we transform into the digital space in terms of who do we include, who is at risk of being excluded, and then how do we ensure that we mitigate that? This can be through policy, it could be through education and training, especially from the perspective of the Digital Foundation. We are concerned with the competence, how competent are people in how to utilize digital devices, digital processes, digital services, for them to access digital services. So how do we then ensure that as we transform digitally, we do not continue to sort of have a biased benefit for only the people that have access to these services and to these digital tools. So we don't necessarily have answers, but this is a platform to openly debate and discuss these issues. We will then also have a session on freedom of expression online. And I think it's a topic that is definitely relevant to all of us. Every human being has got an innate need and desire to express themselves. So how are our freedom to express ourselves guaranteed, and how is the space looking like in terms of freedom of expression online? We'll also have a session on access to information. And access to information, one can say by default, if one doesn't have access to the internet, for example, one already has a challenge in terms of access to information, but the issue of access to information goes beyond that. It's also addressed through policy and laws. You may have, for example, your internet access, but perhaps some information may not necessarily be accessible to you. So how do we ensure that access to information is addressed in the digital space. Of course, the rest of the sessions are addressing issues such as privacy and surveillance. We have issues of digital infrastructure and how do we prioritize ICTs, artificial intelligence, and do we have a national strategy on that? We know that artificial intelligence is becoming a very powerful tool across all sectors. What is the national strategy in terms of that? Then we have a topical issue of gender and ICT. My sister earlier mentioned or made the reference to technology being neutral. It's a contested area. Personally, I have a different view. I don't think technology is neutral. I believe that technologies are developed and designed in contexts within particular cultures and values, and those values within those technologies, within which those technologies are developed, also influence the goals and how those technologies behave. But we can, of course, have a detailed discussion on that. So in short, those are the sessions that we have. And the main goal really is just to interrogate the idea of how do we ensure issues, how do we address issues of equality and inclusion as we embrace the digital transformation. So if you then allow me, I will then go into my presentation, and I will start off by first giving you an overview and introduction to the Digital Foundation, because I think it's sort of still a sketchy area for some of you. So if you allow me, I would then just give you a bit of an overview of what the foundation is all about. So speaking, of course, is the chairperson, and the foundation was recently established towards the end of 2020. It's a non-profit making organization, and really our focus is on supporting all efforts that are geared towards developing the digital competence of Namibian citizens. We see digital competence as a combination of not only knowledge, but skills and attitudes with regard to the use of technology to perform tasks, to solve problems, to communicate, to manage information, to collaborate with other people, to create, share content, not only effectively, but also appropriately, doing that securely, doing that critically, but also supporting efforts that developing people's ability to think independently and critique the information that they come across online. We had a reference to misinformation, and I think you are familiar with the popular notion of fake news. Should we depend on particular stakeholders or particular role players who would filter the information on our behalf to decide which information is reliable and which not? I would like to think not. I think it's ideal that every person has got the ability to make those decisions on their own, but that doesn't come automatically. It has to come through education, through engagement. It's a skill that has to be developed. And those are the issues that the Digital Foundation is concerned about. Our vision is really to be a leading entity within the digital competency provision space, not only in Namibia, but also in the SADC region. And we are really open to working with all partners, stakeholders, including the government. I am happy to hear various stakeholders in the ICT space, Internet Society being one. We are happy to work with all stakeholders. We are proud to have this partnership with Paradigm Initiative, of course, to basically empower Namibian communities, but also African communities, as we know that we are reaching out just beyond the Namibian borders, to participate, and it's really key for me to underline the key word meaningfully, to participate meaningfully in the digital era. We can have a discussion on what meaningful mean, what is meaningful engagement, what is meaningful participation. We are not going to sort of propagate a particular limited conception of that, but whatever meaningfulness means to you, that is what we are supporting. And of course, our view of digital citizenship, we really feel that digital citizenship is a key component of digital competency and the development of digital skills or digital literacy skills. It's really one's ability to engage positively and critically and competently within the digital learning environment or digital environment period. So that is really it about the Digital Foundation. I'll then go into my contribution, which is looking at digital inclusion and exclusion in Namibia and its impact on human rights. Now, I have to put a disclaimer here that I am not an expert on human rights, okay? And I haven't really also done plenty of research in the area in comparison to colleagues in the room on the issues of inclusion and exclusion, especially when it comes to the digital space. But I am passionate about digitalization, and I am passionate about inclusion and being aware of the context in which we are as a country and also our historical background, a country that was divided in terms of unequal access to resources. Those inequities or inequalities are still prominent, are still sort of painting or coloring how access to all resources, including access to digital resources, are happening in the country. So from that perspective, as a passionate person about digital transformation, but also inclusion or inclusive access to services, I am happy to address this topic, and I'm hoping that I would erase your interest, but also your thinking on the issues at hand. So I think it's important, first of all, to just contextualize or to sort of just have a discussion on what do we mean by human rights. Are we referring to all rights? Like we have, for example, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that has got over 27 articles. We have our constitution, of course, legal frameworks that are guiding human rights. We have the African Charter on Human Rights. We have so many instruments addressing issues of human rights. So when we talk about digital rights or digitalization or issues of digital exclusion and the rights and their impact on human rights, which rights are we referring to or are we talking about? So I don't want you to limit yourself to what I have put on the screen, but I would really like us to sort of pay special attention or special focus to these particular rights. Of critical importance to me is freedom of expression. And this is reflected in Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but also in Article 21 of the Namibian Constitution. We have the right to privacy. You know, Article 12 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 13 of the Namibian Constitution also reflects that. And of course, we also have the right to education. Fourthly, we also have the right to participation, which is basically the possibility for any individual to be involved in issues or decision-making processes that affect their lives or that affect their interests. So if we, for interest's sake, we use this as a point of reference in terms of the rights that we can sort of focus on for the purpose of this discussion. The question then is, how does access to digital tools and services affect these rights? How does it affect our freedom to express ourselves? Does it hinder? Does it enhance it? Does it enhance the sort of freedom of some and perhaps limiting those of others? Does it perpetuate the offline status quo, like people with rights offline become the same people that have the same sort of domination over the others when they move online as well? So those are sort of the kind of questions I would like you to think about and reflect on as we move along. So I would like us to start with the digital divide. It's actually an aging term. It's a term that has been discussed for years, ever since the internet came into being, in fact. But it's also a term that has evolved over time in terms of what it means or where the emphasis is moving towards. So traditionally, the digital divide has referred to the gap between those with access to digital technologies or to the internet. And you can consider digital technologies such as smartphones, computers, any tools that enable one to engage digitally, and those that don't, right? And of course, the gaps between those that have access and those that don't tend to normally follow the route of the distinction between urban and rural. Distinction between the youth or the young people and the old. Disparities between income, high and low. The differences between men and women. But digital divide has also moved on to deal with issues of ability, both technical as well as financial, to make full use of technology that's available to one, considering access to those devices and internet. But it has also now shifted to access to computers and smartphones in terms of the inequities, not only of access to those, but also in terms of the bandwidth, but also the digital skills. Like you can have a group of people with access to devices and those, and you have part of some that have access have got the digital skills and capability to use, and others don't. So in terms of meaningful participation, who would have more meaningful participation between those that are in physical possession of the device but don't have the digital skills to manipulate and work on it? And of course, when it comes to countries, of course, Africa tends to grapple a lot with the digital divide. And you also have scholars who have sort of interrogated digital divide in more detail to break it into economic divide, usability divide, in terms of those who are able to use. When you compare, for example, the young and the elderly, people with disabilities and so on, but also the empowerment divide in terms of which people are actually creating the content that we are consuming online. Who are the consumers and who are the creators? And those who are consuming, how are they consuming this content? Are they consuming it critically, or are they believing everything that they are coming across? Another issue to consider on digital access and human rights is also competencies. Basically, the ability to confidently and critically make use of digital technologies. And today, digital skills are, of course, the new basic literacy. If you don't have the digital literacy, then you have issues of access. Right, and we have different frameworks. I think we're having issues with the screen. We have different frameworks that sort of categorize digital competencies in what is relevant, or in which categories do we address them. The digital competency framework of the European Union is an example which sort of categorizes these competencies to ability to handle information, to interact, to create content, to solve problems, but also to use digital devices and to be online safely. I think it's also important in our African context to come up with a framework that is relevant to our context, that is considerate of the issues that we are dealing with. We also have the issues of e-health. E-health basically deals with the delivery of health services through electronic means, which can actually be a means of enhancing access to services, especially for communities that are in remote areas who cannot, physically access those services. But there are also issues, privacy, security, for example, of the handling of electronic health records. Like how to ensure that the rights to privacy of patients who are receiving or who are consuming these services online, their privacy is guaranteed and is secured. Of course, this calls for policies, and we know that technology normally is ahead of policies. We would normally have platforms such as WhatsApp. Like I'm aware, I have, for example, an acquaintance who is a doctor, and they make use of WhatsApp a lot, for example, to share information amongst themselves. The question is, we know that ethics and ethical training is an area that is addressed in health training, but are the issues of how to deal with health data of patients addressed when these people start using these devices or these platforms, these online platforms. So basically, these are issues that one can consider. Fintech is another area that one can argue, arguably make a case that it has made a stride in enhancing access of users, especially the unbanked population of many countries, to have access to financial services. Services such as mobile banking, mobile money. Countries like Kenya, for example, have been pioneers in this area, to the point where even the developed world are learning from developing countries when it comes to the area of the fintech. But as much as fintech is enhancing access to financial services to people that traditionally didn't have access, is it also by default or by design excluding some people? For example, although the service is available, if one doesn't have access to internet or electricity or mobile devices, do they automatically get excluded from such a service? And how do we then ensure that when we have innovative movements and innovative transformation, such as financial sector embracing technology, how do we ensure that it does benefit everyone, especially those people that cannot access services through traditional means? And of course, there are issues of cybersecurity and data protection and e-fraud. And sometimes issues of, for example, cybersecurity can act as a deterrence from people that already have a phobia for moving online, or for embracing digitalization. You would have people that, for example, if they hear that there's a risk of, for example, of somebody hacking into your mobile phone and accessing your banking details, they may then use that as an excuse not to embrace technology or digitalization. How do we then ensure that we have legal frameworks that are not only present but enforceable, to also instill confidence in people to embrace digitalization, and for them to ensure that, yes, there are risks such as cyber attacks, hacking, your data could be stolen and so on, but we do have frameworks in place. Of course, from the perspective of entities such as the Digital Foundation, of course, education and ensuring that people have the ability to learn how to maneuver and navigate the digital spaces safely becomes important as well. Then, of course, we have e-learning, and I think I don't need to go into detail because my colleague Nashilongo has already addressed this, that COVID-19 has, of course, facilitated the embrace of online services, including education, the delivery of education through online platforms. And of course, we have to be upfront and acknowledge that without technology, many institutions would have come to a standstill. So there are, obvious plausibles for e-learning, for example. However, there are also issues of inclusion in terms of access to devices, access to all the issues that I've referred to, and also how do we ensure that these things do not continue to be perpetuated. And then, of course, we have misinformation, disinformation, and fake news. Sometimes I think we sort of find this to be synonymous with each other, but of course, there are slight variations. For example, misinformation, one could consider it to be false information that is spread, but one may not necessarily know whether that information is is accurate or not. A very good example is to receive information that you possibly believe is correct, and then you forward the forwarding of information without critically evaluating whether they are correct or not. But then there's also then sort of a more cynical version of that, which is disinformation, which is like deliberate misleading by providing biased information or manipulating narratives. And we are sort of living proof of this. I mean, we are living in the age where we have an ongoing war, where we have, let's not beat about the bush. We have a war between Russia and Ukraine at the moment. And that war has almost forced nations to take sides. Are you with this country or the other? But how accurate are the information that we are receiving online or about this conflict? Is there really a chance of having objective information about this? How do we ensure that what we are receiving or what we are consuming or what we are coming across is misinformation, disinformation, or perhaps even fake news? Very difficult to determine, but these are all sort of the fodder of the concerns of the digital foundation paradigm initiatives when we are discussing issues of the rights of people to have access to information, but also accurate information. And basically, this is my last slide. So I would perhaps just pause here if there are any interventions or questions or comments on that. But I noticed that my time was quite limited because the next presenter is actually is ready to join. So I will hand over to the Director of Ceremonies. Thank you.
Mr. Erki Haipinge, thank you so much for the presentation and for our first session titled Digital Exclusion and Inclusion in Namibia and its Impact on Human Rights. If you've jotted down something that you might have a question that you'd like to ask him a bit later on in the program, please just note it down and we'll do so and he'll be available to you. Before we continue with our next session, just please a reminder, if you haven't registered, we need your name, your email address, and your telephone number in case we need to stay in touch with you. Please head over to Paulina. She's sitting right over there at that desk. There she is. Hi, Paulina. And just jot down your name and your contact details. It will be quite helpful. Let's quickly move on to the next session in our program, Freedom of Expression Online in 2021. And this one's, for this one, we'll be joined by Professor Admaya Mare. He'll be joining us virtually and giving us more details about basically freedom of expression online, hate speech online, misinformation, cyberbullying, and defamation coming to courts, any link with shrinkage in democratic spaces. It's a question we must ask ourselves, and of course, private life and public life. Digital life. It's it's quite a fine line we need to trade. Professor Mare, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. I'm good. Greetings from Johannesburg.
Thank you for joining us. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have got a few minutes certainly to present, but I'll try to do justice to the topic that is before me. Good morning to everyone in Windhoek and also those who are joining us virtually for this very important workshop. I'm going to present to you on a particular topic that I have also defined or tried to streamline is taking stock of freedom of expression online in 2021. That's what I have entitled this particular talk. And as you are going to see from my presentation, I'm going to talk about issues that often affect or influence freedom of expression online, and also try and bring in some examples from Namibia, where we have seen freedom of expression actually being hampered, or people failing actually to enjoy their rights because of various issues that are often propping up on these particular platforms. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to share my slides. I have technical issues here that I've been trying to deal with for the past few minutes, but be that as it may, I'll be able to share these particular slides as soon as I'm done with this particular presentation. As I have already pointed out, I'm going to look at issues to do with hate speech. I also look at cyberbullying. I also look at defamation. I also try and introduce the issue of surveillance, which is equally an important issue when we're talking about freedom of expression online. But I also go and talk about misinformation and disinformation, which my other panelist has already talked about, but I'm probably going to just skim through that. I also talk about online violence, especially targeting women politicians, especially in Namibia. We have seen cases like that, but also targeting celebrities or the so-called social media influencers. And I think the case of Betty David is a classic example when we talk about these particular issues. Because of my time, let me just say that one thing that we need to emphasize is that both online and offline, human rights like the right to privacy, freedom of expression, opinion, and the right to access information are very essential and very important. But unfortunately, we have seen some countries, especially in the global south, if here I'm talking about mostly countries in Africa, but also in Asia and also in Latin America, actually going to length to try and curtail the enjoyment of these freedoms. And we have seen that one cannot live a life only offline nowadays, but also have to live their lives online. So the online and the offline are intricately interwoven. The online and the offline are often seen as the same side of the same coin. And we really need to make sure that the same rights that we enjoy online, offline should also be enjoyed online. And I think the internet is giving us that kind of space to enjoy some of these online rights that are also very important. If we look at the Constitution of Namibia, especially Article 21, it's very clear in terms of speaking about freedom of expression, but also even the freedom of the press and other media to disseminate and also communicate issues that are also very important to our everyday lives. But however, one thing that we also need to look at is that there are also legitimate grounds that have been put in this particular constitution. For example, there are legitimate grounds around national security, public order, decency, morality, contempt of court, defamation, and incitement to an offense are seen as legitimate restrictions that can actually be used to stop you or anyone from actually enjoying the freedom of expression. So these are considered to be legitimate. But as I'm going to present, you are going to see that how would we define decency, morality, I think is always something that is very broad. If you look at the definitions that are often given, they are very broad definitions, vague definitions, which makes it very difficult for people actually to enjoy these rights. One's right can actually be violated on the grounds of probably transgressing decency rules or morality rules. But who defines morality, and whose morality are we talking about? And I think these are issues that we really need to look at going forward. But also over and above that, we also need to understand that even the UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of expression and opinion has been very emphatic in emphasizing the need to to protect the right of freedom of expression, especially online, because this argument and their arguments have always been that we need stronger protections, especially online, because people can often use anonymity and other, masked identities to violate other people's privacy, but also violate other people's rights to communicate, but also violate other people's right even to assemble online. We have seen that in different countries. But also the other issue that I also want to highlight is that when we talk about freedom of expression online, most of the issues that often affect is the enjoyment of this particular right relates to the role of state surveillance. And I think state surveillance is one of the most important issues that we really need to talk about, because it often comes in and affects the way in which we go about enjoying this particular right that I'm talking about. But also the other issue that is also often comes when we talk about freedom of expression online is the online hate speech that I'm also going to talk about. The use of encryption and anonymity is also very important. And I think there's been push to say we need to design technologies that preserve encryption and anonymity, especially in context where we have authoritarian regimes, because one's right should not be violated on the basis of just saying that Facebook, for example, wants us to have the real name policy as a standard norm across the world. What about if I live in a context where having that name or using the correct name can actually endanger my life? And I think those are issues that we really need to talk about when we talk about freedom of expression online. But also even the right of children to express themselves online is equally important when we talk about freedom of expression online. And we need to start making some assessments to say, to what extent in Namibia have we gone in terms of mainstreaming the rights of children to express themselves online, and what are the mechanisms which are being put in place to make sure that we protect themselves, we protect children as they go online, especially now with online learning, online education that we are seeing. There's an increasing need to ensure that we protect and promote the right of children to express themselves online again. Another issue that we also need to problematize when we talk about the right to freedom of expression online is the role of private sector, for example, the role of companies like Facebook, Google, and even MTC, because these companies are increasingly playing a pivotal role as digital enablers, if you want to use that term, in the digital ecosystem. And to what extent are they promoting or hampering the enjoyment of freedom of expression? So it's another important thing that we also need to really emphasize. But also the protection of journalists when exercising their right to freedom of expression. To what extent are we mainstreaming the rights of journalists as they go about doing their work? Are they not being hampered, or are they not being impeded as they go about doing their work? This is also very important. But we also need even to talk about censorship. To what extent censorship, internet censorship, being mainstreamed in our communities? To what extent is online gender-based violence and abuse allowed to thrive in our digital ecosystem? These are issues that I consider very important when we talk about freedom of expression, especially online. But I also want to emphasize that this issue of talking about freedom of expression online is also a very contentious issue for both policymakers and CSOs, because we have seen that in some jurisdictions, governments actually go at length to try and engage in internet shutdowns, internet censorship, internet throttling. We have also seen surveillance being done for political reasons. But Namibia, of course, may not be in that bracket, but one cannot discount that, because we have seen that these things often happen even beyond this our everyday scope of understanding what really happens. So these things can often happen even without us knowing they are actually happening. But we need to be vigilant, especially when we look at these issues, if we want to promote freedom of expression. But we also need to strive to find a proper balance between the right and its limitations. As I have already pointed out, when we talk about decency, when we talk about morality, we need to say, to what extent can the right be allowed to be enjoyed, but at the same time limited without affecting other rights that are also closely linked to the right of freedom of expression. Because of time, as I've already pointed out, I just want to say that when you look at the Namibian context, there are several cases several laws that are still on the statute books that are a concern for me. For example, the Protection of Information Act of 1982 is a classic example of a law that has outlived its usefulness, and I think it's right time that it should be amended because it actually affects the enjoyment even of the freedom of expression which we are talking about right now. There's also the Namibia Central Intelligence Service Act of 1997, which is also very, again, which also makes it very difficult for people to enjoy some of these rights that we are talking about. There's also, certain directives that have been made. For example, in 2016, we have seen that cabinet directives were made for preferential treatment to be given to state-owned media over the dissemination of government information. And again, that also makes the enjoyment of the freedom of expression by journalists become very problematic in that kind of an environment. But over and above that, we've also seen that government officials and also public officials have been making very threatening statements around the regulation of social media for a number of years now. And I think that again makes it very difficult for us to enjoy this particular right. The other issue that I just want to flag is the delays in passing of the Access to Information Bill, which is for me, again, is a cause for concern. Yes, we have heard that there are now movements towards making sure that this law is promulgated into law, but again, the delays are unfortunate and are also hampering the enjoyment of this right as I present now. But also we have seen that even in the same bill that we are talking about, the Access to Information Bill, there are a number of problematic clauses that are already embedded in that. For example, the issue of blanket from confidentiality of cabinet proceedings, judicial functions in the nomination, selection and appointment of judicial officers. All these are some of the issues that are still very problematic in that bill, and we hope when it comes for reading, first and second reading in the parliament, I think this time around we hope that this bill would have taken note of these issues that we are talking about. But also, the other issue that I also want to just flag is that the country doesn't have data protection laws and cybercrime laws at the moment, again, which exposes not only women and children, but also even ordinary people to several issues that often happens online. And we have seen with the digitization of our everyday life, especially at the height of the COVID-19, that we are increasingly living our lives online, and we need to have these online spaces as safe spaces. Otherwise, if they are not safe spaces, we are going to continue to see women and children actually being harassed, their rights being curtailed on these particular spaces. Let me just dash, because I see that I am behind schedule because I want to finish on time. Let me just dash and talk about another issue that I have also just skipped, which is the Part 6 of the Communications Act of 2009, which provides a wide-ranging powers of interception of communication. And I think interception of communication is also something that really is a concern, because how can we then enjoy freedom of expression online when we feel that there's a big brother in the room that is always trying to snoop into our online conversations? And I think that Part 6 of the Communications Act, of course, right now, it is still not yet gazetted, but as long as it is on statute books, one cannot discount a situation when it can actually be abused for various reasons. And I think there is need for the government to take that seriously so that it can actually be able to deal with the issues that we are talking about. Now, let me just talk about hate speech. As I've already pointed out, hate speech, unfortunately, is not outlawed in Namibia. And this, unfortunately, again, exposes minority groups and vulnerable constituencies to all kinds of hate that often, finds itself, especially in online spaces. Again, when we talk about misinformation and disinformation, we saw that during the COVID-19, especially the height of the COVID-19, the government tried to outlaw and also introduced a punishment of at least 2,000 Namibian dollars and an imprisonment of up to 6 months. And one person was actually arrested during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially when it was at its peak. And that was seen as a way of dealing with misinformation and disinformation. But the problem with that, again, is how do we measure intent? How do we measure intent in terms of whether somebody has actually been the originator of the misinformation, or they are just passing on misinformation that is coming from? And I think these are issues that really need thinking through before we make them to become laws. Otherwise, they can actually create more problems for ordinary people that may not really be conversant with what is fake and what is not fake. Again, there is also issues to do with defamation. Defamation is a criminal offense in Namibia, as we know, under common law, and there have been a number of successful court cases that have been for defamation. And I think a classic case here is the case of the First Lady Monica Genkos and Ebed Hishono from IPC, where of course is alleged to have circulated a video defaming and the character of the First Lady. And again, that was a successful defamation case that went through the courts. But again, these are issues that we are increasingly seeing, especially in the online space, that really needs us to look at them. The other issue that I just want to flag before I finish, the issue of online violence, because I see my time is also not on my side. The issue of online violence is also a very problematic issue in the Namibian context. Why? Because Namibia, by its very nature, is a highly patriarchal society. In this particular society, you see that masculinities and femininities are often constructed and presented as stable, natural, and unchangeable. And because of that, men feel that they own women's bodies and they can control women's bodies. And that not only happens offline, but online again. When they go online, these kinds of ideas play themselves out in terms of the way in which women and men interact. And we have seen that women have been exposed to various forms of online violence, harassment, and threats. And I've already given the case of Betty Davids. I know that even the Deputy Minister of ICT, Emma Theophilus, has also been a victim of these kinds of things online. So you see that politicians, especially female politicians, are the ones that are often on the receiving end of these particular kinds of things, especially on Twitter and Facebook. And this creates a situation where chilling effects cannot be ruled out. And once you have got chilling effects, is that you often see women being forced to retreat into the private sphere, where again, when they are in the private sphere, they are also exposed to gender-based violence, which has unfortunately become very normalized in the Namibian context. And all this creates a situation where women find very little safe spaces for them to enjoy the right of freedom of expression. We have also seen cases to do with consensual image sharing, which we often call revenge pornography. We have seen issues of online blackmail, sexualized hate speech, especially targeting again women. These are issues that really needs to be dealt with if we have to make sure that we deal with issues to do with freedom of expression online. Unfortunately, because of the absence of cybercrime and data protection laws in Namibia, women and children generally become the fodder, and they are vulnerable, and oftentimes they are the ones that are targeted. So let me just conclude. So what am I saying in terms of conclusion, in terms of taking stock of what has been happening in the Namibian context with regards to freedom of expression? Yes, I argue that in this particular presentation, that freedom of expression online is actually thriving. But there are a number of red flags that I've already talked about that needs to be nipped in the bud going forward. If this freedom of expression is going to be sustainable and also going to continue to germinate beyond the year 2022. And I argue that going forward, there's need to amend Article 21 of the Namibian Constitution to remove restrictions on freedom of expression and define the grounds of decency and morality, defamation and incitement, as I've already pointed out. There's also need to repeal the Protection of Information Act of 1982. There's also need to fast track the implementation of the Access to Information Bill, which has been in the works for a number of years. And I think it's a very important piece of legislation that can actually help Namibia to continue to remain the paragon of press freedom in Africa. But also there's also need to amend the Namibia Central Intelligence Services Act of 1997. There's also need to amend Part 6 of the Communications Act of 2009 so that you can allow people to enjoy their rights of communicating with each other online. And finally, I also argue that there's need to enact the Cybercrime Data Protection and Privacy legislation in line with Article 21 of the Constitution, but also in line with the African Declaration on data protection, cybercrime, and also there's need to make sure that the government must desist from promoting these threats of threatening to regulate social media, because that only continues to fuel the issue that if they actually make it very difficult for people to enjoy the right to freedom of expression. And also it unfortunately leads to the chilling effect where people then retreat and move away from these platforms and go to platforms that have got privacy or that have got encryption capabilities that can allow them to continue to engage outside of the purview of the big brother. I think with that, let me stop there because of my time. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I wish you all the best in your workshop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Admaya Mare. He's coming to us from the University of Johannesburg, and he's managed to share and quote from so many laws and legislations that need to be repealed or amended. Thank you so much for your time. As we continue with session 3, access to information. Everyone wants to touch on this, to have answers, to speed things up. It's quite a sensitive subject. And as we get there, this session will be presented by Mr. Herman Kongotwi. He's coming to us there from the back. He's with the Ministry of Information, Communication, Technology, as well as Dr. Lamek Amurongo from NUST, that's the Namibia University of Science and Technology, Department of Open Data. Gentlemen, good morning and welcome.
Can you assist me? Yeah. And then how can I navigate? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Oh, while you're confirming. Okay, just confirm and come back.
Professor Mare, are you still with us? Professor Admaya Mare?
Yes, I'm around. How are you?
I'm fine. Okay, we've got a question from someone here at the forum. Let's quickly, where's the floating mic? Where did we put it down? There we go. There's a question for you here. Perhaps if you have time to answer it.
Yes, I'll be able to answer it before I jump onto another meeting. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Switch it on. No. Is it on? I can't. Okay, there we go.
Thank you so much, Prof. My name is Franz. It was quite a very loaded presentation. Perhaps the only issue that I need clarity from you, you kind of describe Namibia as a patriarch. We kind of have that kind of patriarchal root, and you link this to online abuse. I'm trying to understand, how do you link the two together without necessarily qualifying the cases? I understand the cases that you are citing, but I'm trying to understand, how do you just say, because of that is this, within that confinement of the two words? Maybe you can share something why you arrived to that classification. It would help me to appreciate your thought on that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Franz. It's good to see you again, virtually, of course. Yeah, thanks a lot. I think you're raising a very interesting and very important question. Why I try to link patriarchy to gender-based, and I think it's very important that we begin to look at what different forms of violence can only be understood within the cultural context in which they are situated. And I think when I mentioned the issue of online violence and linking it to patriarchy, my argument was to saying that there is a perception embedded within patriarchy that men can actually control and actually own and control women's bodies. And I think that is where the argument I'm trying to put to here, to say that because of this, cultural mindset that we already have, or this psychological mindset that we have, it becomes easier and to understand also how then men and women engage each other. And when, for example, when women turn down certain kinds of advances that men are making online, they often want to always go back to start belittling women, name calling and all these kinds of things. And if you look at it, it again can only be understood within the cultural context of patriarchy, where men feel they own and can control women's bodies. And unfortunately, that shouldn't be the case. And I argue that even if you look at gender-based violence, actually offline in Namibia, you cannot also understand it outside of patriarchy, because some of the toxic masculinities that we are producing as a society are embedded in the patriarchal idea that men should be domineering, men should be tough, men should not be questioned, and all these kinds of things lead and feed into this cycle of violence that I'm talking about. So direct violence, cultural violence, and all these other violences that often then find themselves online can only be understood within the cultural context in which they are produced. And that's my argument, to say patriarchy and online violence in Namibia are closely interlinked and are connected. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor, for answering that question. And thank you once again for joining us. We're moving on to the next session because of time. Access to information by Mr. Herman Kangotwi. He's the Chief Information Officer at the Ministry. And after that, he'll be sharing his time with Dr. Lamek Amurongo. Please just welcome them warmly.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. It's good that access to information has ignited very, massive interest. And I think your concern is our concern as a ministry. We wanted this promulgated even in 2016, but we couldn't because of some things that were out of our control. Be that as it may, my task is just to present access to information. I have put together some slides here that I will go through, and then I will be open for questions and answers. Those are my names, Herman Kangotwi. So the outline of the presentation is, I will start with the introduction and the background, the status of the bill, the current status of the bill. I will look at the international and regional obligations, the objective of the bill, benefit of the bill, what information, it's not what is, what information is there that we are looking at when it comes to access, exemption from disclosure of information, and then I will go into how the bill is arranged, and then I will conclude. When it comes to the introduction and background, access to information is a growing international, continental, and regional concern, and it's a topic of which African states are increasingly undertaking legislative reforms with an understanding that freedom of expression is a fundamental human right guaranteed by, among others, all these international instruments, African Charter on Human Rights, the Universal Declaration of, let me expand it a bit. Okay. Among others, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Hence, there is a need to promulgate this very important legislation in order for Namibia to live up to its international and regional commitments and obligations. Access to information, where am I? Did I go to the next one? Okay. You know, the bill we are talking about is a product of a robust back and forth national consultative process involving stakeholders. I think civil society organizations, when we started with a big workshop that took place at the Nampower Convention Center, in which everybody was invited. And we started from zero draft to something that emanated from that workshop, and we ran with it. So it was a very, consultative process in which everybody was invited and participated in. Academic communities, security clusters, we didn't want to encroach in their territory, so we invited them on board so that we know where our boundaries will be. And then, all the officers, ministries, and agencies. It has undergone, community stages from consideration and approval. This included the Cabinet Committee on Legislation, what we call CCL. We went through, government legal drafters. It was certificate. It went to certification by the Office of the Attorney General. So it went through all those stages. The current status of the bill. Where is the bill currently? The bill is we tabled the bill at the National Assembly, and when it was tabled, it was referred to the National Assembly Standing Committee on ICT and Innovation for further scrutiny and consultations. As part of the consultation, the committee held public hearings across the country and completed this process in January. I think some civil society organizations participated in that exercise. I hope so. Recently, the committee tabled this report in the National Assembly. So what will happen from now is the bill will be discussed in Parliament, and subsequently it will be endorsed in Parliament, and then there's another house that need to do justice to this document. This is the National Council. They will review, and I don't know what will transpire there. Hopefully after them, the bill will be a law. So your consent is our consent. We want this bill promulgated. We want to start working within the confines, and we want to give access to people. When it comes to international and regional obligations, in essence, without the bill, we are also obligated by international instruments that we are signatory to. There are a lot of them. Legal instruments have echoed the need of states, parties, and UN family and the African Union. A model law on access to information for Africa was developed for the purpose of facilitating the adoption of a national legislation on access to information. So as a ministry, we used the model law on access to information for Africa as a benchmark. So we started from there. That's why maybe Nasilongo Gervadius was saying our bill is very strong because it emanated from that model law. That model law is very, succinct, it's very conclusive. And, as per the AU, there's also an option of just taking the model law as is and then start implementing it. But we saw the need for us to at least, do it so that it can fit our situation and our environment. That's why we went as far as consulting everybody and came up with the access to information for Namibia. Where am I now? When it comes to international and regional obligations that I have mentioned, Article 19 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights states that everyone shall have the right to freedom of expression. This right shall include freedom to seek, receive, and impact information and ideas of all kinds, regardless of frontiers, either orally, in writing or in print, in the form of art, or through any other media of its choice. So we are obligated through that international instrument. Another one, if you come to our Constitution, Article 21, Chapter 3 of Article 21 of Chapter 3 of the Namibian Constitution, it states that all persons shall have the right to freedom of speech and expression, which shall include freedom of express and other media. So freedom of speech and expression, for you to enjoy that right, you need access to information, because you can't just enjoy the right without right, information at your disposal. That's why there is a need for us to have this legislation in place. Even the newly crafted Windhoek +30 declaration, it calls on governments to commit to creating positive enabling environment for freedom of expression and access to information online and offline, in line with the international guarantees of these rights, including a free, independent, and pluralistic media through adopting appropriate legal measures in a transparent manner and following adequate public consultations, guaranteeing the exercise of journalism free of governmental interference, whether formal or informal, promoting universal access to the internet, and taking measures to reinforce the safety of journalists, including with a specific focus on human journalists. That's a newly crafted Windhoek +30 declaration. It also speaks to all those issues. When it comes to the objective of the bill, it's very simple. The objective of the bill is in the name, is access to information. So it aims to promote transparency, accountability, and effective governance of all public and private bodies. It's not only public, private bodies are also obliged in this bill to be accountable to the public. The empowerment of education of the public so as to understand the right to access information. There is a provision in this act that we need to make people aware as to what really belongs to them. We have to create awareness to the public as to what is it that you are required to do in terms of the confines of this law. To understand the functions and operations of the public bodies outlined in this law, effectively scrutinize and participate in decision-making processes. So that's the basis of this law. When it comes to the benefits of this bill, any citizen of Namibia may request information from a public or a private body, which is required to reply immediately or within the prescribed time limit. That's the benefit of this law. You will be, served with information, provided that information is within that information that needs to be, be given to the people. It's not an open access. There are some information that we are not interested in. Your private information, those are protected as such. So this one, we are talking about public information. The bill also requires every public or private body to store or computerize their records for easy access or wide dissemination. And here, that's where people from the IT sector will become handy, because we'll be obliged to store this information. We might need depository where people can put information there for easy access to the public. And to proactively provide certain categories of information so that citizens need minimum recourse to request for information formally. There are some information that we don't need to wait for somebody to request for that information, because some information is for public consumption. So we have to make sure that we proactively disclose that information to the public. When it comes to what information are we talking about? As I have alluded to, it's not an open access information. We are talking about certain information. We are talking about records, documents, memos, opinion and advices, press releases, circulars, reports, papers, symbols, contact details of the employees of that certain institution, data material held in any electronic form, and information related to any private body which can be accessed by public authority. Now, in this bill, there are some information that is exempted from disclosure. Your private information is not supposed to be revealed. information on sovereignty and integrity of Namibia, information that is prevented by the courts, information on breach of privilege of parliament, trade secrets, intellectual property. We don't want people to steal other people's, intellectual properties. Judiciary relationship between two countries and so on. Information received from foreign government, life and physical safety of any person, issues under investigation, cabinet papers, and invasion in privacy. That information is not supposed to be revealed to anybody. Let me come to how the bill is arranged. This bill is written in a very simple and understandable language. I think you have to make time to read this bill through. You will understand. Part 1 deals with the introductory provisions such as definitions, application of the Act, interpretation and general principle of the Act. Part 2 deals with the establishment of the oversight mechanism, which is the Information Commissioner and Deputy Information Commissioner, for the purposes of promotion and monitoring and protection of the right of access to information. This body should have the power to hear appeals from any refusal by the public or private body and provide information along with all necessary powers to effectively exercise this role. Part 3 deals with the law reform, monitoring and auditing, as well as research. In this regard, the Information Commissioner will be obliged to review and undertake commission any research which he or she thinks is necessary to achieve the object of the Act. Public entities will be required to provide reports to the Information Commissioner on the implementation of this Act for monitoring and evaluation. There is also this component of auditing and compliance with the Act. Part 4 deals with the obligation of public bodies to publish key information. Under the draft bill, public or private bodies will be under an obligation to publish key information and submit reports annually. Part 5 deals with the right of access to information and reviews. The bill processes a process to facilitate access to information. It deals with the internal reviews. So when the requester is not satisfied with the decision of the Information Commissioner, there are also other reviews. There are, recourse given for you to approach other. You can even approach up to the courts. Part 7 deals with the appeals and judicial reviews. Part 8 deals with notices, investigations, and hearings. When it comes to my conclusion, let me conclude. The basic object of this access to information is to empower the citizens to promote transparency and accountability in the work of the government. Another objective is to contain corruption and make our democracy work for the people in real sense. It goes without saying that an informed citizen is better equipped to keep necessary vigil on the instruments of governance and make the government more accountable to the governed. Therefore, tabling the ATI bill in Parliament is a big step towards making the citizens informed about activities of the government and encourage them to participate in public affairs and decision-making process to better their life, to better their livelihood. Thank you very much. I think I have done justice to the time allocated to me.
Thank you very much, my colleague, for that very wonderful presentation. It seems you know your words by heart. You know the bill very well. You mentioned information that is excluded for public, and for the interest of the House, can you mention that is excluded? excluded and included. What is left to the public? Besides that, the one you say, cabinet memo, individual properties, and what is the other information that public can access that this bill aims to promote? For the interest of others, not me. I'm well read on that bill.
Any other question? Okay. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for that good question. You know, in terms of the Constitution, there are some information that is regarded as private information. Information about that we don't want to encroach in your privacy. So we find ourselves talking about public information. And that's what this bill aims to make available to the public. We want the institutions, whether public or private, to ensure that what belongs to the public is given to the public. Information about your mandates, information about your objectives, information about your strategic plans, information about service delivery, because we are created to serve the public. All that information should be available to the public. We don't want to encroach into privacy. Information about cabinet, cabinet information, unfortunately in this bill, the way it is restricted to the public. But I think civil society organization went as far as giving their proposals to the Cabinet Committee on ICT. We are waiting for them whether they will consider it or not, but we saw it as something that that the public will not, need to have access to, because that's for cabinet. We want the information that is for public consumption to be available to the public at their fingertips, at their disposal, wherever they are. And this bill makes it very clear that we have to make information accessible to the person, even in a language that person understands. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of transcribing and translating some information for all the people to have access to that information. I think I have addressed your question.
Unfortunately, with time, we're running really behind and we have the next speaker. So if you can write it down and towards the end, just before lunch, you can just remember who you're directing the question to and then write down your question. Just before lunch, we'll take all those questions together. Otherwise, we won't make it. Thank you so much, Mr. Kangotu. All right. All right. I also want one, right, for the formalities. Thank you. That was Mr. Kangotwi, Herman Kangotwi. He's with the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. And that session is actually a two-part. We've got Dr. Lamek Amurongo from the Namibia University of Science and Technology, also to talk about access to information. Unfortunately, you've got 10 minutes. Will you make it?
No, it's not possible.
Okay, so we'll give him an extra 5 minutes, if that's okay. That'll give you 15. Okay.
Because you told me 20, so and I prepared for 20.
It's a 30-minute session, so 15 to him, 15 to you.
But that's not what your email said.
I'm not the one who sent it. I didn't send the email, but...
Okay, can you?
Will you manage it?
I would try to do it in 15 minutes. Can somebody just help me to locate the presentation, please? I see. Send it via email.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's this one. This one. Oh, it's on the top. Yeah. there any pointer?
You control it here.
Okay, yeah, so. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here and talk about open data. And yeah, what I'm gonna do basically for this presentation, I'm going to just give an overview of what open data is, and then look at what the difference between open data is and access to information, and then talk about how can we open up data, and just give a brief overview about the National Spatial Data Infrastructure, which talks about opening up spatial data in Namibia, and there's already a policy on this. And then we're then gonna talk about some of the open data in Namibia practices and the research that we have done over the years and the way forward. I'm sure all of us often want to know how much of our taxpayers' money is spent on the traffic lights, or how much of the taxpayers' money actually goes to ghost teachers, ghost officials, and pensioners who have already died but they continue to receive their pension. And many of us as young people, we know in a country such as Namibia with high unemployment rate, we want to know which areas or in our regions do we get the best opportunities. And technology answers most of these questions that we want to get answered to, but for us to then be able to answer this question, we need data. And data is then required to build up these digital services that will then give us access to this data or information that we need. But the problem is that the data that is out there is not in reusable formats. You are given a PDF, and a PDF is just a PDF, or you are given already processed things which can be manipulated to fit a certain narrative. So what is open data? Open data is a movement we started in 2009, and the idea really behind open data is to make public data. When we are talking about public data, it's usually data that is generated and collected using public taxpayers' money. And the idea is to make this data available for everyone to use, reuse without restrictions, meaning that you and I should have access to the same public data like companies do. And this data is not only limited to government data, but it talks about other data such as research, transport data, geospatial data, culture, weather, education, and financial. You know, recently, I'm sure for those that have been watching TV, the floods in South Africa. But if we open up this weather forecast data that the meteorologists actually release, we will then have a lot of innovators that can actually use this to be able to predict high rainfalls, and also be able to anticipate some of these things if we to open it up to people to then mash up into services. So the idea of open data is not new, although we don't have open data in Namibia yet. It's not new. It started in 2009, and this when it even became prominent with President Barack Obama when he did something that a lot of people in the US thought it was unusual, opening up massive amounts of public data for actually people to use. And then in the US and in other countries, we have seen how these have actually created opportunities for young people. Innovators were able to use this data to create services that were actually built, providing government services or public services, to bringing these services to the people through applications and other digital services. And we also seeing over the years how this wagon has been moving, and there's been a lot of momentum, and even big institutions such as the World Bank and even now the African Development Bank are also creating portals and are encouraging countries, member countries, to actually come up with portals where citizens can access public data. What do we mean by openness? Or what do we mean by open data? when we talk about open data, we mean that it should be readily available. If I need budget data, the raw data, not the PDF that the minister presents, it should be available at a portal, and I should readily have access have access to that portal, and I should be able to download this data. And if I download this data, I as a public citizen can then decide to then maybe also then do my own analysis on this public data. Is the budget as stipulated the way it's spent? For instance, then creating correlation, this amount of money was budgeted, and then this what the ministry has spent, and then we will then be able to know as citizens how much money is really spent on the services that it was budgeted for. And then another important thing is reuse and redistribution. That once the data is then available on these portals, we should permit citizens to use this data and then reuse it in whatever way as stipulated in the Act. And the most important thing here about reuse is not only one data set. One data set can only give you one dimension of a particular problem. But when you join different data sets, let's say budget data and government agency spending data, and combine it together, that's where you would then be able to really put the red tapes and be able to then ensure that public money or taxpayers' money is spent on services that are aimed at improving the lives of the people. And then universal participation, where we talk about that everyone should have the same access and everyone should be able to redistribute data without discrimination. You can't say this person in this region has access to this particular data while others do not, or you say company can use this data but individuals cannot use this data. So, and I think for those that come from the world of technology, you have heard about interoperability. And really the idea of open data is to be able to have an intermix of data sets and then use this to then have a holistic view of what should happen, of what is happening. Why open data? Briefly, the most important thing about open data is that it promotes civic engagement and improved decision making. How? Why? Because when citizens are informed, they are able to hold leaders to account and they are able to ask the right questions. And by asking the right questions, you then increase transparency and accountability. But for me, the most important thing about open data, and particularly in Namibia, is what we, the innovators, can use this public data for. Really about creating new services around public data. And this is how we then going to build up so many services that can take services that government offers to the people, because it's hurting to have people travel even up to 100 kilometers just to access home affairs. But there are certain things through digital services that we can then allow people without them traveling, but able to then access services that Home Affairs offers. And with open data also, we'll then also be able to improve efficiency in government services. But most importantly, if we have data on how, for instance, certain policies are being implemented, we can be able to then measure the effectiveness or the impact of certain policies. And if a policy is not impactful, why should we have it for 20 years? So, but for us to be able to have this continuous measurement, we need data. And the opportunities through analytics of then just be able to analyze large government or large public data, there is a lot of value in there. And a study by McKinsey in the US alone say that public data is worth around between 3 to 5 trillion US dollars. That's how much valuable public data is. But a lot of governments cannot actually harness this value because we do not make this public data available. But we are collecting this data, and we are collecting this data using taxpayers' money. And we are collecting this data for the people. Why don't we then make it available for the people? Okay, let me just make a correlation with access to information, and I'll also share why I think access to information is important, but access to information is not necessarily, it's just one part. Access to information, of course, aims to empower citizens by providing them access to public data, public information that is generated or collected by public institution. But this is where the problem is, and this is where I have the problem with the Act as well. It does not say how long, for instance, should a request take. And some of those answers, I think it's important. Imagine you are a user in Okangwati, you request for certain information, and then the Access to Information Commissioner reviews your application, and then of course this guy, once it's approved, an official will then have to query the raw data and then try to then manipulate this data into the information that you need. But how sure are we that these guys won't just give you the information that actually suits a certain narrative? How will you validate it? Anyone that has an idea of how you can validate it? So, and that's really the biggest challenge, is that access to information is important, but the information can be manipulated. So what open data then gives is this. The raw data is at the portal, and you as a citizen, you can view the data sets, even including the metadata, and then download this data set. So all the official does is that, of course, once they collect the data and then quality assurance is checked, they upload the data. So in open data, you have access to this data 24/7. You don't need any information, you don't need to request for it. And of course, skeptics will say, not everyone have the abilities to manipulate data and be able to understand data. We agree. But the most important thing is that this data should also be available. And even if we have access to information, we still also need open data, because, for instance, the media and the public, the civil society, they were the one actually advocating for access to information bill. But they will be disappointed in the end, because sometimes the information that they will get will be manipulated. But with access to information, working together with open data, you can then be able to validate the information that government officials give out. So how can we open up data? The Open Knowledge Foundation actually recommends 3 recommendations. One is to keep it simple, meaning that, of course, there is no requirement that all public data should be available. And also, open data does not say that we want to know government secrets. We don't want to know how much the Ministry of Defense is spending on weapons. We don't need that. But what we need is, for instance, how much data is budgeted? How much data does each ministry return each year? How much does a ministry spend on a clinic in Ndola? How much does the Ministry of Education spend on a school in Falkras? That is public data that people need to know. And of course, another important thing that the Open Knowledge Foundation, they also suggest, is they engage the users early, meaning that the potential users, we need to engage them early through even co-creation activities such as hackathon. And this is what we have been doing in the past, creating hackathons, having some public data sets that we get from NSA, and then have different stakeholders come together to then just see what value one can derive from data. And we need to address the common fears and misunderstanding. I remember during the consultation when I raised the point of a portal, one of the officials actually said that apparently if we make the data available, the CIA will come spy on us. There's nothing to spy on. If they wanted to spy on, they already spy on because you sometimes use Gmails, you use all these other services that you don't use to put data. Plus, anything, you're already giving budget information anyways. They know how much you are spending. You are giving the Ministry of Defense and stuff. But if you then make this data available, it's of benefit to us as Namibians. Practically, how do we open up data? It's not complicated as we make it seem. Sometimes it's all about identifying certain data sets that we already have, and we then can take one or two and then try to make it available and then engage the different stakeholders that we have this data here, you can download it here, and then see how people use the data. And before you then upload this data, you then ensure that the intellectual property rights, determine those intellectual property rights of the data, and make sure that you apply the open license. And then after that, you then avail the data, but when you are availing the data, make it available in reusable format, CSV, Excel, and other formats that people can reuse. And then make the data discoverable. Don't put it in your office so that people can come and request for their data. Put it online so that I search for it and I can download it if I think this data is of interest. And one thing that some people say, no, we can't have open data because it's risky. But I'm like, we have open data when it comes to spatial data. And for those that are aware, back in 2015, NSA came up with the spatial data infrastructure. And really what it talks about is ensuring, the aim is to ensure that users have access to spatial data and also provide an access to a portal where you can go and then get spatial data. And from this portal, you are able to see all the mappings of all the structures in Namibia, schools and clinics, and with this you can then use this information for planning, for instance, for the planners to then determine where do we need school, what's the distance between schools and villages, and where do we need more schools. And I think the most important about really having open data is having the raw data and the metadata. This is it's key. Because just giving information like that, I do not know what is the metadata of this information. It's not helpful at all. Okay, open data in Namibia, over the years, we have had a lot of scientific publications that you can look at your own time. And most of them were all aimed at increasing awareness. And the idea of increasing awareness is that if people know the value of open data, then people will ask for more public data, and they will then also make use of open data as well. And we have also shown some best practices through the work that we have done on how the value of open data, like through hackathons, we have teams coming together and then creating solutions using open data. And one solution which will soon be coming to market is something called Fix My City. This is where citizens go, and if you see maybe a pothole in your street, you can report it, and then officials can actually then attend to it. Traffic lights are not working, you take a picture and post. And one other solution that we created was a bus application, which the aim was to actually help people to know where the bus stops are. And I'm sure many of you don't even know where the bus stops are in Windhoek. And to also then tell you the routes of the buses and when does each bus leave and where. Okay, what is the way forward? As much as we have access to information bill that is in Parliament, we also need to it will be ideal for us to have an open data policy, and I'm looking at Melinda and everyone from the ministry to actually look up at some of these things and ensure how can we have this open data policy in Namibia. And we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can look at South Africa, and really South Africa has done well over the last 4 years when it comes to open data, and they have made most of their public data sets available and people can reuse. But we have an elephant in the room that most of our data is here in those filing cabinets. So what do we need to do? We need to then make sure that we digitize these data sets. And then once we digitize these data sets, we put it on an open data portal where people can just go. If we need them to log in, they can log in, create an account, log in, and have access to data that they require. Just to conclude, we all know how that data is an essential component in our lives. And for many of us, we are using trackers, which are actually telling us how many steps we take, how many times should we run to lose the calories that we need to lose. So data is transforming how we live, how we work, and how we think. So let's capitalize on the opportunities that open data provides or present. And these opportunities, some of them will be able to stimulate economic activities if we have innovators that can use public data to create services. These services can become companies, and these companies can employ more young people. Therefore improving quality of life for all, and also making sure that we really make data-driven decisions. Most of the decisions we take in this country are based on assumptions, and that needs to change. Sometimes we have the data to actually ensure that every decision we take is data-driven or is informed by data. So, and the most important thing really about open data, and when you have an informed citizenry, this citizenry will be asking the right questions, and by them asking the right questions, will then get transparency, and they will then hold those who are meant to be their servants accountable. And most importantly, if we know, like all this information that we are getting, even about Parliament Road and all these things, we are then able to fight corruption when we are aware of what is happening. And so it's really important that we try to then harness this value from public data, because it costs money to collect the data. Just imagine how much that we're supposed to spend on census. It was about $1 billion. But we can't spend $1 billion every 10 years, but just have the data there. And that data is very, very important. We should, through analytics, be able to derive value from that data, and only then we will be able to have our data collection and generation kind of like sustainable. So it's our data, and let's liberate it. I'm done.
Thank you very much.
Noise.
We appreciate it. We just have to make time for the next presenter. Any final word? We can take.
I can take one question.
No, we don't have. We'll take before lunch. Okay. Please, a big round of applause to Dr. Mugongo. And the graphics on the presentations were quite easy to understand, especially the data portal, where you get health and all the other details. We have to move on. Unfortunately, I don't like to be a pooper and just cut our presenters while they're sharing vital information, but we are also working with time, so we have to take cognizance of that. Our next session, Privacy, Digital IDs and Surveillance, Mrs. Linda Ipinge from the Ministry of Information Communication Technology will give a presentation, but we're going to start with Mr. Frederico Links from the IPPR, Public Policy Research, there we go. Frederico, can you hear us? Is he online?
Yes, I can hear you.
Frederico, a very good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Unfortunately, we've only got 10 minutes. We have to split the time between the two of you. Do you think you'll manage? I know the time is a bit of a, it's a pressing matter. Unless we push 15 minutes each, we go over just 5 minutes past lunch. Is that okay? So 15 minutes starting now. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So how will this work? Will I get the hosting rights here?
Yes, the floor is yours. You have 15 minutes to basically engage our room and do your thing, and also give your presentation and your view of privacy, digital IDs, and surveillance.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much.
Just before you start, maybe just leave 2 minutes for questions, and then we can just have that out of the way since you're joining us virtually at the end of your presentation. Okay?
All right, I'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do
right.
that. Okay. So everybody can hear me clearly, hopefully.
The whole room can hear you.
All right. Wonderful.
Okay.
So yes. So my brief was, sort of privacy, IDs, and surveillance, and it's something that we have to be concerned about at this point in time, given that we are at the moment, and for the last few years, actually for more than a decade now, trying to come up with cybercrime and cybersecurity laws, policies, and regulations. And that process is now sort of, I think, coming to the sharp end of the spear in terms of the drafting process. So talking about these issues, privacy and surveillance and so on, we're basically talking about this in the context of cybercrime law and policy making, which is a project that the IPPR currently has running with International Digital Rights Agency, Global Partners Digital, and we've been running this project since sort of early to mid 2021. And the aim of the project is firstly to engage in cybercrime law and policy making processes, and then secondly to engage with civil society and create some sort of civil society working group or coalition that we can sort of help empower to engage or assist to engage in cybercrime and cybersecurity law and policy making processes, including discussions and consultations around data and online privacy protections. And then thirdly, the aim is also to create public awareness around the issues that we've identified, where we feel there are weaknesses or areas that need to be provisioned for in or provisioned for or that are underdeveloped in terms of cybercrime law and policy, and so forth. And I mean, and to spotlight the issues that we consider of concern, and especially of concern against the backdrop of human rights and respecting human rights both online and offline. So that's basically the mainstreaming human rights in cybercrime law and policy making project that we have currently going. Now, in terms of the issues that we are supposed to speak to in this session, I mean, if you look at what's happening globally and continentally, it's clear that democracy is in decline, is undergoing considerable deterioration around the world. This is borne out by various indices, including major surveys such as the Afrobarometer survey, and part of these perception surveys also capture how people experience digital and online spaces. And there are increasing threats to free expression, to privacy, to the freedom to gather, both online and offline. There's increasing repression of online voices on political spaces online. There's intimidation and harassment of activists and journalists and lawyers happening online in our region, in the SADC region, and across the continent and internationally. So I mean, it's very concerning. And to this effect, there have been a number of reports and declarations at international level, at UN level, at multilateral levels around the issues that that have emerged in terms of cybercrime law and policy making, and how these sorts of laws and policies are becoming a threat to human rights, or have for a long time now sort of reared as a threat to human rights as established under the international order. And in 2019 and again in 2021, the UN General Assembly expressed grave concerns that cybercrime legislation is being misused to target human rights defenders or hinder their work and endanger their safety in a manner contrary to international law. This follows years of reporting from non-governmental organizations on the human rights abuses stemming from overbroad cybercrime laws. So this was in a letter that was submitted in December last year by 125 international civil society organizations to the United Nations Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime, which is supposed to come up with an international framework for cybercrime regulation. And the issue is very much around, there are serious concerns around the human rights implications of cybercrime law and policy making, as it has been happening over the last decade or 2 decades since this has been going on. And two of the main threats, I mean, when it comes to a threat to privacy and to free expression and to the right to gather freely and so forth, are cybercrime laws, regulations, and the enforcement of such laws. And then, of course, communication and digital surveillance, which has become an increasing threat and has been numerously been a subject of considerable discussion at the UN Human Rights Commission. And these threats have been so, these two areas of concern, cybercrime lawmaking and digital and communication surveillance, that there have been UN General Assembly resolutions around these issues. So UN General Assembly resolution 74-146 states that the UN is gravely concerned that national security, counterterrorism, and cybercrime legislation and other measures, such as laws regulating civil society organizations, are in some instances misused to target human rights defenders or have hindered their work and endangered their safety in a manner contrary to international law. So, I mean, these issues, as I pointed out briefly earlier, are sort of reflected in some of what we're seeing emerging in our neighborhood of the continent. For instance, in Zambia's Cybersecurity and Cybercrimes Act of 2021, the Zimbabwe Cybersecurity and Data Protection Bill, and Lesotho's Computer Crime and Cybersecurity Bill. All of these are sort of extreme, extremes of the sort of dangers posed by cybercrime laws and regulatory frameworks, the proposals that are emerging. And some of these concern Namibia as well, because in our region, governments tend to look to each other for guidance, and you know, there is advice sharing going on in the region, standard sharing in the region. So this is busy happening. So we have to be concerned about what's happening in our neighborhood, because some of this could come into our digital spaces as well. So in terms of surveillance and human rights, in 2019, the then UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression, David Kay, issued a report. Actually, it was titled Surveillance and Human Rights. And he stated that in his inaugural report, and this refers to the UN Human Rights Commissioner, in 2014 on privacy in the digital age, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights concluded that practices in many states involved a lack of adequate national legislation and/or enforcement, weak procedural safeguards, and ineffective oversight, all of which had contributed to a lack of accountability for unlawful digital surveillance. Now, I just want to spotlight some of those issues. You know, the lack of adequate national legislation and/or enforcement, weak procedural safeguards, and ineffective oversight. Now, these are areas in the initial iteration of a cybercrime bill, the electronic transactions and cybercrime bill that we, as the IPPR and the civil society through the Access to Information in Namibia Coalition, the Action Coalition, had raised in 2017 when the electronic transactions and cybercrime bill appeared in Parliament in early 2017, and then in our engagements with government officials through 2017 into 2018, issues around the inadequacies of the proposals and the inadequacy of proposed enforcement, the weak procedural safeguards, and the lack of proper and appropriate oversight mechanisms in cybercrime laws or in the proposals that we were confronted with. And some of these issues remain in a draft bill, cybercrime bill that's dated 2019, which is the latest version that has sort of been made publicly available. So some of these concerns remain in the draft document that is there when it comes to communication or digital surveillance. Now, in other areas, you know, there are other concerns that we need to spotlight as well. Things like data retention, and SIM card registration, which come out through the Communications Act of 2009, which also stand as threats in terms of you know, an impact on human rights and in the context of cybercrime law and policy making, because the Communications Act in a very significant way speaks to enabling communication surveillance and monitoring. And there are areas there that in regulations that have emerged last year, that such as data retention, which has been identified as a way to enable mass surveillance. Similarly, SIM card registrations, which are connected to biometric identification systems, and then can be connected to other digital systems, such as things like facial recognition and so forth, which we are already sort of seeing being spoken about in Namibia in the security setting. So, I mean, these are things that we have to keep an eye out for, especially as, you know, we're talking about in our national cybersecurity strategy, adhering to best practice in terms of cybercrime law and policymaking, data protection, and so forth. The national cybersecurity strategy speaks to this enabling, creating an environment that is reflective of human rights, and we'd like to see that carried through to the actual laws that are being drafted in the space, in the digital space, and we would like to encourage that through this specific project, the mainstreaming human rights and cybercrime law and policy making, because there are many areas where we feel there still is room for loopholes to be created that enable abuses and violations of human rights, and we will certainly over the coming months be, putting more material and briefings and the like, and information explainers and so on out in public, just highlighting some of these issues and making it clear that what the concerns and the threats are in the space. So I'm going to leave it there because I think I'd like to encourage questions at this stage. I did have a presentation, but it was sort of for more time and more structured engagement. But given the time constraints that we face here, I just sort of spoke to the presentation, but I have shared the presentation with the organizers in Windhoek. So if anybody wants that presentation, it's available. But I mean, we can engage on these issues, and if you want to be involved in the processes that we will be sort of rolling out over the next few months, then please leave your name with the organizers, and we would then contact them and try and draw you into the activities and events and so on that we'll be doing over the coming months.
Frederico, I'm just trying to attain and find out if anyone has a question for you at the moment. Does anyone have a question for Mr. Links? Would like to ask, find out something? Hold it for later, maybe engage via email or some other form of communication?
Yeah, can I just say, I mean, I unfortunately, I have two other meetings I have to attend from lunchtime onwards. So okay. I won't be available any
after lunch
beyond this, beyond this engagement. But as I said, I can contact the organizers, and if there's anybody who would like to engage with us and be part of the processes that we are involved in going forward, please do leave your name with the organizers, and we can then take it from there.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Frederico, thank you so much for your time. I know everybody's pressed for time these days, but thank you for sharing.
It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's give him a round of applause. Right. Frederico Links is with the Institute of Public Policy Research, and we're going on still on the same subject, privacy, digital identities, and surveillance. And we'll have Mrs. Linda Aipinge from the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. Please give her a warm welcome.
Yeah, I think she said she put it on the. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she can help. I don't know. She put it.
Where's Mitch? Yeah. No, I just need you to close up and out. Go to the desktop. This is the second one.
This is the one. So okay, just put it on the slide. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you for the opportunity to make a presentation. Frederico has mentioned a couple of things, and I think he has cut short my presentation. I know we are pressed for time. I'll try to be as brief as possible. As a disclaimer, I think I've heard from the chair when he said earlier, I'm not an expert in surveillance, as it's mentioned. Also on digital ID, I think I've mentioned to the organizers earlier that digital ID results under the Ministry of Home Affairs. But I'll try just to contextualize what we have here. I will look at privacy. I think this is one element that has been widely touched on earlier. The digital IDs briefly, surveillance, and then I'll give the status on the bills and the policies, as well as the strategies that we are currently busy with as a ministry in the context of this forum. Yes, I think as it has been said, Your privacy is enshrined by the Namibian Constitution. We know what our rights are in terms of privacy. And every law and policy that that's developed should actually observe that and respect that. We are all aware that we are striving towards digitization and the way we do things. And I think what Lamek has said earlier also in terms of your open data, I think when you look at your ID, for example, that nowadays you would actually need to submit your actually you need a digital ID. Like there is this concept that is going on. We need to but this poses the risks actually in terms of when you go digitalization on a digital platform, that whatever we are then putting up there, it compromises your data. This leads to data breaches, identity theft, and all that. What we are trying to do as a ministry then is that we, with these developments, warrant actually the protection of your personal data. The bill that we are busy with is called the Protection of Personal Data, and it actually aims to safeguard the rights to privacy that is online. And this is done in terms of what the powers or what the Constitution actually requires. So that is what I would say basically on privacy with regard to the context of what we are doing. In terms of digital IDs, I think like I indicated, it's in the domain of the Ministry of Home Affairs. I think Nashilongo earlier mentioned the initiatives that are going on. And I must also mention that the Financial Intelligence Act requires authentication. Banks have to authenticate. Ministry of Home Affairs then has to comply. At the moment, the Ministry of Home Affairs has what they call the Civic Registration and Identification Bill that then combines all the elements in terms of your birth, death, marriage, etc. And it also covers the element of privacy. I will not get into that because that's not my area, but I just thought I should highlight. What I can mention that is really like every sector is touched. We are moving from our traditional ways of doing things. Your ID is no longer going to be your ID as we know it, because you need, sometimes you even have to send your ID electronically to the bank to verify you. Every sector, financial sector, is touched by ICT. So the role that we play as a ministry is actually that of creating an enabling environment for the services to be offered to the citizens. Also, in the context of digital IDs, we as a ministry, what we're putting in place is a national digital strategy. I think it came a long way. We are being assisted by GIZ. I know Grace will talk about the national digital strategy earlier. And basically that's just a multi-sectoral, the blueprint which encapsulates the vision and aspiration of Namibia towards the digital transformation across all the sectors, being it public or private. So that is what we want to achieve. And again, in the same context at the African level, the African Union has what we call the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa. And this is where we are aligning ourselves in whatever we do. And what it does basically is also, I think that Dr. Lamek Amokuvo mentioned the issue of interoperability also at the African level, like the systems to be connected for you to be able to be identified wherever you go in the African continent. But also it touches on the issues of your personal data protection and also the privacy, and also trying to create awareness and counterbalance the issues of cybersecurity, your personal data protection, and also privacy, as I've mentioned. Important also what the African Union is doing, introducing what we call, they have a project called the Digital ID Project that they want the member states to actually align it. And I'm sure it's within the framework that the Ministry of Home Affairs is actually doing what it does in that area. Yes, the critical area, the most topic, surveillance. I think back then, when the Communications Act was being developed, it was a bill at the time. I think there was really much talks in terms of I think it was even called the spy bill before it was passed. And I think That also has gone on after the bill or the law was passed. But what I should really mention is that the Communications Act does not introduce interception. What happens is that interception, I think the Intelligence Act, I think the professor from South Africa who mentioned that, in terms of intelligence, the National Central Intelligence Service Act that was mentioned, and in terms of the Terrorism Act, this already provide for interception. And it's basically for, I know we have different views, but the idea is really just to ensure that, I mean, most of you, if you once you become a victim, you want to be protected. But once it doesn't concern you, then you think it's an issue. It's basically just to protect national security, so to say. But then these laws, I would advise that you can go ahead and read about them in terms of what is being authorized. What the Communications Act then, what I should mention actually is that these laws, and also the laws that I mentioned, that are in operation, the Terrorism and Intelligence Act, prescribe that when you do an interception, you require a warrant to be issued by the judge. These are the safeguards in terms of what the law says. So if anybody does anything that is beyond this law, then is guilty of doing that. In terms of Part 6, also that was mentioned by Professor from South Africa, and also what Federico said, the Part 6 of Chapter 5 of the Communications Act, it actually gives the powers, like he indicated, that it was indicated that it's actually the Communications Act is actually just a method, not like it doesn't introduce interception, like I said, but then it gives the powers to the minister to make regulations, and also for the regulator to set additional conditions as in line with the regulations. So that is what the Act says. And what I should also mention, there was an issue, I think also in Ashilongo's report, you indicated in 2017 that CRAN has started this process, and because of civil society, that part was somehow shelved. In your report, I read something like that. Yeah, I think what actually happens is that we had so many transitions, either in terms of the heads of state or in terms of the ministers. And I should really mention that what is required is that for the regulations that has to be established or to be developed in terms of this act, the minister has to is empowered actually to consult relevant stakeholders, and those stakeholders are stipulated in the act, and those are the stakeholders that are affected by these regulations, especially your operators. So what then happens is that the regulations have been developed in consultation with the stakeholders as stipulated in the Act. On the 15th of March, that the regulations were published in the Government Gazette, and it will come into force on date that is to be actually determined by the minister. What needed then to happen is that CRAN needed to develop the additional conditions in terms of how you go about, especially your SIM registration. I will talk about that as we go further. But what I would really just want to mention, I think that's also what Federico said in terms of what the regulations said. The regulations cover the manner in which your information is stored, like I indicated, and shared with relevant authorities in case of criminal investigations, enable telecommunication operators to compel their existing and potential customers to register the SIM cards, which is a process that is not regulated at the moment, and it actually making it difficult for law enforcement agencies in investigating. Like I said, when it doesn't affect you, it's not a problem, but when it affects you, then government is the one to blame. So this is basically what the government is trying to say. It's go to Botswana, for example. Before you buy a SIM card, you need to give your passport. And I wouldn't believe that they would do that entirely then for interception, so to say, but it's for this national security. We have had cases of individuals, of public members that would say, for example, they were scammed of their money. Somebody called them and then they send the money, or they gave their card details, but then that person cannot be traced. And now who is blamed? Is government. But in instances like that, we really want to ensure that we have mechanisms in place to ensure that we are able to trace and identify or assign a number to an individual for us to be able to trace if so required. Yeah, in terms, I think also I indicated to obtain prescribed, the period of obtaining and retaining the information. Also, the regulation compel the service providers to store information in such a manner that is able to identify, like I said, the communication of a specific customer should there be a need, because not all of us are clean. Some of us can be terrorists. So if any information is required to identify who you are, then that is basically what it means. I think I really want us to look at it. I know we talk about the right and all that, but I think let's also try to balance, because the reality on the ground is that there is a gap in this area. In terms of the bills, I've mentioned then, but what we are busy with in this whole ecosystem, that we are amending the Communications Act. It has gone through the processes of approval by Cabinet, and it has been discussed at the Cabinet Committee on Legislation. And we are now busy. We had a like workshops earlier last year. We were actually assigned 2 drafters from the Ministry of Justice that are helping us. I must tell you that drafting is very expensive, and also with the Ministry of Justice is so the staff members there, they are very much understaffed. They're assisting us basically after hours with these laws or the bills that we are coming up. And I'm just mentioning that for you to appreciate that they are so much fatigued when it comes to drafting these bills. The data protection also, it has been approved in principle. It was referred to the Cabinet Committee on Legislation. We held sessions actually this year, just as a ministry, with the drafters and a few stakeholders, just to address the concerns raised by the CCL, because what CCL indicated that the bill had to comply with the drafting standards, because we were assisted by the Council of Europe. So these drafters, the 2 drafters on the Communications Act are the same drafters on the Data Protection Bill, and we are working hard to really make sure that we finalize this. On the draft cybercrime bill, I think I always say this with a heavy heart. I think most of you would know Advocate Becker. He was he was blind, actually. He was one of our drafters, visually impaired, that's a word. One of our experienced drafters that has passed on last June, may his soul rest in peace. And he also helped us with the Communications Act initially, like in drafting that. He was very passionate about ICT, but unfortunately, we have lost him, and he has taken all the wealth of knowledge that he had. And the Ministry of Justice has assigned actually 2 drafters, the same drafters again, to help us. I think the challenge that we had, and I just want to emphasize this to you, is that because of his condition, being visually impaired, Advocate Becker he had a system that he was using. And when he passed on, actually even the IT technicians were unable to retrieve even the document that he worked on last time. So the 2 drafters are really now working, hard to ensure that they bring the bill at a particular stage. I think Federico mentioned that they've provided the inputs. Yes, we have attended one of the sessions also this year that also the drafters are considering. So these are the challenges. And like I said, the 2 drafters that are actually assigned, the 2 drafters are assigned to assist us with these 3 types of bills. And like I said, they work after hours to really catch up with this. So I'm mentioning this just to appreciate that there are some barriers also in drafting. Yes, in terms of again, also we talked about the ICT policies that are the become outdated, that we are in the process of consolidating. We have a review report actually on the status of how we implemented these policies. It was approved by National Planning Commission. We've actually then tendered to get somebody to consolidate this policy following consultative process. But unfortunately, the tendering was way beyond the budget. So we are at that stage. I think I remember one, Mashalongo mentioned the issue of that. As much as we prioritize ICT, there are times that the budget does not follow the priority. So that's one of the issues. Then I think one of the other issues that I thought of also updating you on is the policy on management of Western electronic and electrical equipment. That we are advocating for digitalization, but once our equipment reaches a lifespan, we leave them. My 3 phones are still somewhere in the cupboard in the house that I need still to dispose of. And I'm sure most of you have also your fridges and your TVs, especially in our community where you have your garage is not for cars, for vehicles, but rather where we are putting the old refrigerators and all that. So we're trying then to ensure that we manage this process. So we have gone through the process of stakeholders engagement, and recently it was then decided that the Ministry of Environment and Tourism will then take over, because this is part of the waste, waste management, in addition to the solid management that they are managing. Importantly also, I think Frederico also mentioned the cybersecurity strategy. Yes, we are aware that we don't have a law in place, but I think what is important is about behavior, our own behaviors. And I always say, we are as employees or as individuals, we are actually the ones that are committing these crimes. Because if you know very well, you don't expect, and I always say this, and for some reasons, for 2 occasions after that, I got actually the email from DHL. I always say, if you know you don't expect any parcel from DHL, and there is a link that you are told to click on, why do you click on? It's about behaviors. So what we're trying to do then, we are saying we're coming up, we have a strategy, but the focus will then be on awareness creation. We have actually gotten cabinet approval. This strategy is being implemented. We have SALT Essential IT that has come on board in rolling out also these campaigns, and we welcome other stakeholders to really join hands, because it's about the mindset. You can have a law, but then if you don't educate your people, crimes will be committed. If you say you know you never played any game for MTC, and then you receive a message that comes from MTC that says you have won, play along, why would you do that? So it's about the mindset, and this is really what we want to address, this challenge. Yes, I mentioned about the digital strategy. We are being assisted by GIZ, but I think Grace will talk more on that. In conclusion, we as a ministry endeavor to finalize these bills and policies and strategies. We know they are critical. They need to accommodate the emerging trends in the sector. So that is what we are doing. In terms of the regulations that I've mentioned that the minister has made, the minister then has to just to determine the commencement date, and CRAN would then commence also with SIM registration education. We also don't leave out the operators or the licensees. They have to play a role, because you need the operators are the ones that actually have to register you, because the regulations actually provides for the time period under which, if you are an existing customer, giving a time frame for you to be able to register as a customer if you're not postpaid customer. In terms of then lastly, I know we talk about interception, surveillance, and all that, but I think yes, interception of telecommunication is a globally accepted phenomenon, and I'm saying that as a national defense and public security intervention. That is my angle. That in the implementation actually of this is aimed at balancing your national security demands, and also your rights. That is what I can say in terms of surveillance and the conclusion in this regard. So thank you very much. This ends my presentation. Thank you.
Oh, I don't ask my boss. I amplify what he say on what she have said. How can you expect that from me? Thank you very much. It might take, I know I'm between you and lunch, but I just want to amplify on what my director has said. And we have been talking much about these two laws, and everybody is making reference to. Yes, we have the draft bill of cybercrime, and we have the draft bill of data protection. Now, what these two laws, proposed laws to say, or bills, they are intertwined. In a sense that cybercrime is trying to create a response team, your national set, where you report your incidents, where you act, where you manage your computer incidents, and then it's also trying to create offenses. We don't have cybercrime offenses in Namibia created by the law. What are those offenses? And obvious with offenses, there is penalties. So when you go to court, the judge have to prescribe what the law says, to apply what the law says. For X offense, you are obliged to, if you are found convicted, your minimum sentence is this much, your maximum is this, but this is not in place. So this is what this cybercrime is trying to do. For sure, also is creating scissors in search. How do you investigate cybercrime? You need to seize the equipment, you have to search, and then interception, as it said, and has been the bone of contention now. Interception in the cybercrime bill is provided for as the last resort of investigation. If you have tried by all means, if law enforcement officers have tried by all means and came to a conclusion that they need to intercept the communication of a particular suspect, you must be a suspect, isn't it? And then they go to court. They also have to convince the court why they want to intercept, with reasons. For how long? And this should be also, the reason for interception is stated. It should be of national interest, national security, not purely love affairs and so on. So that's it on the cybercrime. Moving to the data protection. Now we move to security, we go to privacy. You see how those arrows move. Data protection. It gives rights to privacy as entrenched in the Namibian constitution. And secondly, what does it say? Who oversees this? We want to create a data protection authority. I can refer you to a Ghana case, a Mauritius case, and a South Africa case. They have this institution in place. So what does it say? It gives obligation to the data controller. A data controller is the person who is obtaining the data, who's collecting the data, either MTC, either Minister of ICT, either Home Affairs or Office of Prime Minister. It put on obligation what to do. And it gives the right to the data subject, who's me, the owner of the data. Are we together? I just wanted to go in the lecture room now. And that, what does it mean? This authority will oversee that. There's compliance. My learned friend has spoke about interoperability, open data, data center. How do you manage this in the absence of law? Where we go to? We'll be naked society if we have these things without the law that protect us. So in short, is this what it's trying to do? These two laws is trying to do. There are a lot to say, maybe in the other discussion I will come in. The SIM card registration, colleagues. If you read the law, there is nothing like that. SIM card is one of the means to identify a user of a certain service. In the Act, we refer to customer information, Section 72 of Communication Act. This Act has been there since 2009. And as my director said, this is an international practice. You need to register your details. You need to be known who are the user of certain service for national security, for privacy, and for security purpose. And for sure, some of us who are on contract, we are already in the database of the service providers. So I can say 20 or 30 to 30% of the service of the online users. We are already in their services. Our information are already on the cloud. What are we afraid of? Interception is not unlawful. It will be done confined to the law. And don't just be a suspect. If you are a suspect, you are a suspect, I don't know. For me, the issue of digital ID, besides the Home Affairs ID that we are referring to, in the context of digital rights, we refer to your digital profile. Your Facebook is your digital entity. Your WhatsApp is your digital ID. Your whatever. Those are the things. How do you manage it as a person on yourself? Before your privacy come in, how do you privatize yourself? What content are you creating about yourself? A drunkard? A naked person? An insulter? A lawless person? An attacker? You know, that's your digital ID on the digital platform. And it depends how you profile yourself. And mind you, the youth, prospect employers, they profile that now. You can go to the interview, but they want to see. If you every Sunday just have a beer bottles, we might be that the likelihood of you coming Monday to work late or not show up or at least sleeping the whole day is there because every Sunday you drink. And it's how you profile you digitally. Thank you very much. The discussion is very interesting. We continue after lunch.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's keep it brief and concise and precise so we can have,
Yeah, thank you so much. I think maybe for me, like especially the colleagues from the ministry, maybe this is one of the discussion that you really have to be sober in terms of receptive to ideas and not stereotype, so to say. Even if somebody's a drunkard on his profile Facebook, even that is the case, I would say don't make an assumption. I might be a drunkard, but you should not necessarily take me on that account only. Maybe if I come to my workplace, that's a different setting. And if you follow people based on the situation that you encounter, it's a mistake. So I think for me, when it comes to this topic, I personally dealt with this topic, but maybe what I want to say really, in terms of helping the process, I feel like I'm full-time supporting the idea of surveillance. It's a market. And if we only confine ourselves to national security, that is a good thing. But I think it's beyond that. The surveillance itself is beyond that. Data protection also, it's a market. Maybe the issue is really all the information that who manage this information, who, when we deposit all this information, whether it's on Facebook, social media, all these things, people are managing those information. Maybe that is where really we have to cascade. And this is the point of Africa as a continent per se. Because here we are, the guys in Silicon Valley, they are managing, they are having all this information, all these data, and they're making business out of our data, out of our information. And I think as a ministry, perhaps, this is really where we have to think critically in collaboration with others, how best to protect, how best, to also to position ourselves in this global Internet of Things. I don't want to, I have so much to say, but I think I don't want to, just to share with the colleagues. Let me just leave it there. I think it should be fine. Okay, maybe this idea of what is this ID? I think you are giving me pressure. Let me just leave it there. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I just wanted to find out, I understand we don't have open data yet in Namibia. So I wanted to find out how much are we looking at the estimation amount? Do we have like a bill yet? And also the same question goes to, is there an estimation amount on how much will it cost the ministry to implement digital IDs? Just an estimation. Thank you.
Okay, it's good that you spoke about data protection, Melinda. My question is, are we adopting this bill, and are we actually are we basing it on the GDPR, which has been kind of like the benchmark? And the GDPR is just is the European law that actually talks about privacy and user control of data. Have we based our bill on that? Because also, just based on observation, I think companies in this country ask more information that they need. And some of this information, we know that in this, when most of the organizations are now using artificial intelligence, and some of this information that is unnecessary can cause a lot of biases in how that influences how these systems make decisions. Maybe let me just end there for now.
I actually had a lot of points gathered here, and I'll be leaving right after lunch. So I would think I'll just, state out all my points, which are actually 3. The first one is in support with what Franz just raised, and against what you just said regarding the, access to information in the cybercrime legislation, which I'm thinking, like what you said, is it seems like we are, looking at access to information as a providence for cybercrime legislation. And I don't think that is supposed to be, the point. I think there should be laws or facts already set up, which people have to obey to for, for everything in case of things like this, where we have now to wait for someone to do something and then the law, comes in. I'm not so sure if that makes, sense, but yeah. Another point was actually addressed to Mr. Haipinke, and this was on exclusion, especially for the visually impaired community and digital sphere in Namibia. She actually brought up an important point example of Dr. Becker. I don't know if I got the name right. But I really think the visually impaired community is so much excluded from digital sphere in Namibia, like so much. And the other point is on the access to information bill. Well, I have issues with that one. But especially the limit it has on media freedom. I remember the IPPR had a talk about this sometimes last year. And like Dr. Amgongo just said about, putting in a rigors for like my information. Let's say he's a journalist and he has matters at hand that he needs to write about and he needs this information. How long does he have to request for this information? How long will it take for him to put in a rigors and for the ministry to give a response? And we know media works on time. So yeah, that's another point. And the other one is tech effect on gender. The gender, narrowing gender digital divider, like Neshilongo just said. I'm a young woman and advocate for young women in STEM. And I really think, okay, tech is gender neutral. That's also what I believe in. And yes, it is gender neutral. And I think the issue of female abuse, online abuse, well, it's just hypocrisy and stereotypical Namibian idiosyncrasies, I think, from the male population, if I must say. So yeah, those are actually my points. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Is there any other?
I think that was it.
All right. I think I'll give you Elizabeth. I will, if I may. Yes, I think the issue of, I don't know, Lamek, in terms of your estimation for the open data, is the question whether you have that based on what maybe your experience, but unfortunately I don't have an answer in that regard. And also the issue of a digital ID, like I indicated, this is in the ambit of the Ministry of Home Affairs, and I unfortunately do not have the details on how much they plan to spend on this. Lamek, you've mentioned the issue of where we are basing our data protection. We were assisted by the Council of Europe, and they were trying to align it to the Budapest Convention. When we went to the Cabinet Committee on Legislation late last year, I think they had issues with certain things. Maybe what I should mention is that Namibia initially wanted to ratify the Budapest Convention. There were some concerns, I think also at the international level, because at the moment, I think what also Federico said, the UN at the moment is busy with the convention on countering the use of ICT for criminal purposes. And there are so many reservations also in terms of the convention that we need to use, because the UN says we need an international convention, not just to align ourselves like to Budapest, the EU and all that. So, but what I mentioned also what Nashilongo said, as a ministry, we have ratified the AU Convention, the Malabo Convention on Personal Data and Cybercrime, and we are aligning ourselves to that. At the SADC level, we have the SADC model laws, one on data protection. I know they are being reviewed now on data protection, personal data protection, on cybercrime, and one on electronic transactions. So we are aligning ourselves to that. But I think as developments go in the sector, like I said, at the UN level, we're also looking at, because we are part of the ad hoc committee that is actually elaborating on this convention. So we are also looking at what are the best practices and how we align ourselves as a country to that international convention. I know it takes time for us to reach there, but we are following the process. Elizabeth, you wanted to take some?
There were not many questions and comments. I just want to comment on the two comments of your digital profile, how you conduct yourself online. I think I was just raising awareness in the interest of us knowing our morals and norms when we act online, that there are other consequences that follows. And what you post there, you can delete, but you can't reverse it. So it stays there forever. When you become a grandmother or grandfather, it might haunt you. So I just raising awareness, especially to our youth, your morals and how you should behave online. But it's up to you. It's your profile. Do what you want in essence. The other thing is the access to information and the linkage to the data protection. They are much linked, because my colleague said there are information that is excluded for public consumption. Let's say, for example, you want to know how much a deputy director underpaid like me, how much I earn without increase for 7 years, how much I earn. The HR can give you my scale, but they can't give you my payslip. You understand? So in the case of a data breach, who should be held accountable if the law is not there? This is what we are referring to. They are interlinked. The breaches are there, whether intentionally or unintentionally. We are all human beings. So we are also trying to protect the information in the public domain that is not supposed to be out there. Once it's out, what are the reactions? What are the punitive measures that we are taking? In all, I think the discussion will go on. Behave online is your profile. My colleague there wants to add something.
I take it this is not my time, right? I didn't spend much time on this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All the questions were deferred actually to this moment.
You know, I want to address the issue on access to information. I think it's worth mentioning that this bill make provision for what we call proactive disclosure of information. That information, that simple public information, should be proactively disclosed, should be readily available anyway, even on social platforms, on the online platforms and so on. But the modus operandi of this bill is, if you want information about the Ministry of Home Affairs, for instance, you go to the Ministry of Home Affairs, you request for that information. Home Affairs decides not to give you that information. That's when you will go to the Information Commissioner to register your case to the Information Commissioner. The Information Commissioner will go through your request and determine whether, and if that information is supposed to be revealed, they will definitely instruct the Ministry of Home Affairs to give you that information. If not, they will reject your request, and then what you will do is you will not end there. You will go as far as the courts if you want that information, because we have courts already operating here. So you go to as far as the court, and then you can argue your case there. So the issue here is that I'm answering to the colleague who said, how long does it take? You go to the Ministry of Home Affairs and you get that information instantly. That's what the bill is trying to advocate for. Because information, whatever information that is for public consumption, should be readily available on all platforms, in all the languages, for heaven's sake also. So that's the genesis of that bill. That's what we advocate.
Right.
And the other thing, there are time frames also in this bill. If you go through, I think, let me advise you guys to access this bill. It's on the National Assembly website, because it's now within the jurisdiction of National Assembly. If you go there, you can access it and read, because there are different time frames, 14 days, some 21 days, 30 days. You'll find it there. Just make time and read the bill through, and then you inform yourself, you educate yourself on the bill. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I think I'm done.
Thank you so much.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, while the hamper proceedings are ongoing, I'd like to quickly find out, just to check in with you, is the room temperature too cold? Are you fine? Freezing? Too cold. Okay, so we'll switch off after lunch. That's some good news. And then we've sent you an evaluation form. It'll take you 1 minute just to fill it out in English, French, or Kiswahili. Basically, your sort of mini in-person session, answering a small, tiny survey before we go break for lunch, or maybe after, just as long as before the end of the day. Check with yourself, 2 p.m., 3 p.m., you've done the survey, no? It will take you 1 minute, I promise you. Okay, then the last thing, hang on. I'm excited. Feeling like Oprah, you get a selfie, So you can, before you walk out for lunch with a professional photographer, you can just, please, if you can indulge us and just give us your best smile with this one. That's practically it. You've got 3 minutes for lunch, and then I'd like to have you back here. I'm kidding, take your time. Let's try push for 30 minutes. I think that should be enough, unless you have to go fetch, do a school run or something. But if we can be back here in 30 minutes. That's it. Thank you so much. We'll resume after lunch. Don't forget. You want to be good? There you go. Big smile. Remember, you need headroom.